PKA 767 with our guest SantiZap. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, Lock and Load, our wonderful merchandise. Santi, good to have you on. Always a pleasure. The Raja news, adjacent to you and adjacent to Kyle and Woody's interest. I'm a bit left out in the cold, but I can pretend. So,
Thanks, Taylor.
What's your take on this whole thing?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on again. And my little corner of the internet, pro wrestling, like no one was paying attention to it. And then I'm pretty sure we cursed Hulk Hogan because he died like 4 days after we talked about him for like 30 minutes. Then Brock Lesnar came back through all the P video allegations. He's back. And now the Raja stuff. So now everyone's looking at professional wrestling. You asked my take on it. I think there's only like one correct take. It's assault. And
it's that it's good for my career.
it's attempted murder in every way, shape, and form. There's like a subset of people that believe that Raja is in the right, and those are the typical grifters that you see on Twitter that are just being like on purpose trying to incite engagement.
Yeah.
The other side are the people that just simply don't know any better and don't understand the context of what happened with professional wrestling and whatnot, which, by the way, I find it hilarious that I spent my whole life arguing with people about like wrestling is fake and whatnot. And now I'm having to remind people wrestling is fucking fake. Not all of a sudden is it real. If there are still people that like don't fall in either of those camps, then I think they're just stupid people. I genuinely think that this is just attempted murder. If you still think that Raja is somehow in the right, that he's justified, I don't know what to tell you.
I have a specific question as a potentially stupid person. The thing where he hit the beer on Raja's head, right? And I saw what I think was beer like splash out. Did he break the can? Did he have his thumb on the hole, or did he hit him hard? Do you know how that's done?
Yeah, it's gimmicked. They know how to do that so that it doesn't hurt. Now, the fundamental problem with this is that it looks like that wasn't talked about beforehand. Now, I'll tell you from my personal experience, I've done what Raja had to do there. Not attempt to kill somebody, but do a spot with an indie organization. What they did is they brought me there an hour early. Hey, here's who you're working with. Hey, nice to meet you. Here are the plans that we're going to do. By the way, I'm going to say some really mean things. Are you okay with that? Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm going to push you really hard. Are you okay with that? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Here's how you hit somebody with a chair. All of the things were explained to me so that I didn't hurt somebody, so that I didn't make myself look like a dumbass, and so that I didn't make the wrestlers look like dumbasses. I think that step was completely skipped in this Raja situation, because it's very clear Raja was there to do a spot for Knox Pro. I don't think that he just randomly showed up to this small indie organization. He was there to make content, but clearly somewhere along the way, there was no communication. And then when Syko Stu breaks into character, I think that Raja is caught off guard. His feelings are hurt. And by the way, that they warned me, like, I'm going to try and hurt your feelings. Are you okay with that? When they were talking me through things. And I think in that lapse of communication, that's where all of this ended up happening. Now, it doesn't justify what Raja did. I'm just pointing out some logistical flaws in what happened in this situation where it's professional wrestlers, people that do this for a living, and a dude that doesn't. You really gotta like nurture that situation and really massage it so that it doesn't go poorly. And not only did it go poorly, it was literally nuclear, the worst possible situation that could have happened.
Yeah. Well, not the worst possible situation. He could have killed. He could have succeeded. He could have killed.
Could have gone a little bit farther.
Fair.
But that was 3 times as long as the Fight Club scene of Brad Pitt doing that to the blonde guy. Like, that scene was less time in the movie, less egregious than what he did. It's just bananas. Like, you can't have that guy running around. Did they arrest him yet, or is he still just chilling?
I think he's just chilling. As far as I've seen,
crazy.
What I'm assuming is that they're doing a major investigation as to whether or not it's worth to charge him with attempted murder. Like, do they have enough combing through all of the footage? Knox Pro, the organization, is being incredibly not helpful with the police. They're keeping their mouth shut because I think they know that there is a lot that could be pointed at them. If you comb through the footage, the promoter of that gives Raja the green light. Hey, get in there and get your lick back. Why? That should not be happening.
Let me talk about that. So what he told him was to get your receipt. And I just use context clues to mean like hurt him. Not attempted murder, but like, is receipt a known term? Does that mean something specific? Can you explain it to me?
Yeah, a receipt in wrestling is when somebody that you are wrestling with or working with does something where they might go into business for themselves to purposely make you look bad, or they sandbag you, or they hurt you on purpose or accidentally. You give them a receipt, which is usually like a stiff punch, a stiff kick, nothing to knock them out, nothing to ruin the performance, but something to let them know, I got your back on that one. And you usually let them know in the ring. It's like, that was your receipt. So that way it doesn't turn into a full-fledged fight. So there is communication there. And if they disagree on whether or not the receipt was justifiable, then they fight in the back. They don't continue the fight in the ring. So that is a known term. There were two people in that live stream that told Raja to go get his receipt. The first one was the promoter. And that's where that's super sketchy, because in that night, that's Stu's boss. He's paying Stu. So he basically gave the go-ahead to this guy to go hurt his night employee. And then the other one is another wrestler later on in the live stream that says, go in there, get your receipt. And now people are calling out that wrestler, like, why would you do that? And now he is hiding under the veil of like, I was just in character. That wasn't me. That was the mighty Hannah Cowboy Man. But that if you're in character, you wouldn't use insider lingo, because that means that not all of your punches are real. And if you're in character, all of your punches are real. So using the term receipt is basically admitting that wrestling and all of the punches and all the stuff that happens isn't real. Ergo, you are not in character.
Yeah. Also, so receipt as a term is an incitement of
insider. It is purely insider. It is not something that is used in a storyline like, oh, let me tell you something, brother. It's time for your receipt. That's not used at all. That is purely insider terminology.
And he was talking to a violent person who's borderline mentally disabled with coded language.
Yeah, borderline.
Never a great idea.
And didn't he get like roundhouse kicked like 3 days prior and got a nasty concussion?
I did hear he was concussed.
Yeah, I saw the kick. It wasn't. He took a kick from a lighter guy. He did get kicked in the head. I mean, it didn't knock him down. Okay. I mean, maybe he was concussed. It didn't knock him down. If that's the concussion they're talking about him having that week, they throw that out there like getting a concussion earlier in the week makes you like, oh yeah, anything could happen. I'm not me anymore. It's like, no, dude. No.
Yeah. It's not how it works. It's not like, oh, that defensive back got concussed 3 weeks ago. That's why he tried to twist Tom Brady's head off. It's like, no, that doesn't happen. Like no one's doing that.
Yeah.
It's the problem he's got some sort of like roid rage situation going on. Like the way he looked after the attempted murder and the way he's just wide-eyed and huffing.
Oh my goodness. I was like scared he was going to have a heart attack on stream.
Yeah.
Scared or hopeful?
Well, he wanted to see justice served first, and then he could have a heart attack. But yeah, he was very amped up.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that something legally is going to happen with Nox Pro. Because even WWE, so Nox Pro is like a big academy. They are like one of the feeder systems to future WWE talents. It's like run by like the Samoan dynasty. So like family members of The Rock and Roman Reigns, if that name means anything to you. WWE had an affiliation with them. That was a quote WWE ID school. The second this happened, WWE's like, we're done, severing ties, we're done. So a big financial vein for Nox Pro is completely gone. And I'm sure WWE sees the writing on the wall that like something is going to happen with this school or this academy legally in some way, shape, or form. They're liable at the very least for what happened to Stu from a civil point of view by putting him in that situation or making that situation possible, like a workplace issue, right? And then there's the literal attempted murder from Raja. That's, I think, going to be obviously separate.
Yeah. What's their defense going to be? Like, is there literally defense from the organization other than like, there was no way I could know this guy was going to tart out in there?
They shouldn't
say no idea.
They shouldn't say anything.
there's
Their
nothing
lawyer's
to
going to
say.
be telling them organization from top to bottom. Don't say a word. Don't say anything until we know what the charges are and we get into court. Like they're not going to say anything.
One of the guys who told him to get his receipts said he's fired and he's lost his job and that stuff. Do you know which one? Everyone looks the same to me. Who was that happened to?
So that I can't remember his first name. His last name is Hannah. He's a cowboy. That's his gimmick.
He was the wrestler guy.
That was the wrestler. The promoter is a big Samoan guy, so he's part of that family. He ain't going anywhere. But the wrestler, he went on a pretty like angry rant on social media about how like his life is ruined and all of this stuff. I think Syko Stu's worse, if you personally ask me. They did show that the photo of him in the hospital looks way better than I thought he was going to. Did you guys see the photo?
The beard, I feel like, gives him a lot of.
You think what it is? That's what it is. The beard makes it look not as bad.
I bet if he smiled, you'd feel different. I bet he looks gummy as fuck.
Beard shrouds it a good bit. It does. If you get a bunch of your teeth knocked out, you're laying in the hospital bed. Beard's going to make you look better.
I linked his GoFundMe here. So far they're at 184,000 raised. So good for them. That'll help him with some of those hospital bills.
Yeah, I'm not going to donate, but I'm doing my part by saying to go donate.
I just did that. You can't co-opt my
I
topped both of you, and I've offered my thoughts and prayers.
You didn't even know there was a GoFundMe. Oh, you keep your thoughts and your prayers.
No, it's too late. I've offered them already.
I already gave mine out this week. Stu
Zach, physically pull up the page so we can see. I'm the cause of this.
Oh,
there's more plates, more dates.
Yeah.
Oh, we got old Derek.
Chris Jericho gave. Oh, that's real money. It's small on my screen. I thought he gave like
$5. Dude, that would be the funniest shit ever. Like if I were Warren Buffett, I'd be like, remember to help like just like people's GoFundMes for like kidney disease, and I'm leaving like $7.
That is 7 times more than my idea.
That would be funny. It's like I'm paying an exposure. I'm donating an exposure.
I only donate to dog charities.
Do you guys think at all?
Never.
If you are the lawyer of Raja, what angle do you even take here?
You probably try. I don't know. Maybe you try to like prove that he's so dumb he can't be held accountable for his actions. They like have him read like that, caterpillar eating his way out of an apple book, and he can't in front of the jury. And they should be trying
to settle this civilly out of court and hope that they can get Stu to help them in their defense. Is what they should be buying Stu off. That's the.
I like the civil idea. If I was his attorney, I think I'd try to prove that murder wasn't the goal, right? Like assault was the goal, and plead to that, to where he could have some. I don't know, 60 days in jail or something like that. Because
it's gotta be more than that.
Listen, if Raja was aspiring to kill him, I'm not sure punches would be his method of doing it. This is an MMA fighter, right? He could have broken bones. He could have worked a choke, something like that. If murder was the goal, you don't do it with punches to the cheek.
I think
you asked me what I do as an attorney.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. He was trying to kill him. So like not that I just don't know if I don't think that would resonate well defensively, because you can see him like in fury, and it also doesn't help that there are like
he didn't stop.
There are like comedy writing style lead ups to it, where if the attorney was like, "Your Honor, he clearly did not intend to murder him. Why else did he use his fists as a professional fighter and not a series of a Rube Goldberg machine where an anvil was serendipitously dropped on his head from the rafters?" Like, no, they're going to be like, okay, that's interesting. Here's a video of him 4 minutes earlier on Kick. And he's like, yeah, I will kill him. Legally speaking, I will kill him. Like,
did he say that?
Not to that degree.
Yeah, that's not true. I did hear him say, my dad won't call me a bitch anymore. And
that's a different issue.
That's daddy issues.
Yeah. Rampage's parenting has suffered a reputational blow that he'll never.
Have you watched
Heaven?
Are you familiar with their gimmick, if you can call it that? Like how awful they are to one another on stream?
A little bit. I've seen like some clips of
like
it.
A 9 out of 10
like a
cruelty level
fan.
Yeah. Okay. So they're incredibly mean to one another on stream, whether it's a gimmick or it's just bad parenting. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
they assault one another frequently on stream and like beat each other up and like take each other down and slap each other in the nuts and kick each other. He kicked his son out of a party a while back because the son was hitting on the girl he was trying to fuck. Like they have weird dynamics.
That's odd. That's odd.
He's always like, you just like Raja's a vegan and they'll be eating. He's like, you ain't never gonna be a professional fighter eating like a vegan fucking pussy. Ain't no blood of mine. I'm gonna get another DNA test. You can't be my son. look at them big old fucking ears.
Yeah.
You some milkman's son. Piece of shit, weak ass blood. You ain't my blood. Just fucking like shitting on him as mean as you can be.
That seems hilarious. Like that seems.
I enjoyed their content as of last week. I watch a good bit of it. It's fun. I get recommended it all the time. They're mean as shit, and I like MMA. And I didn't know the kid was 25. I didn't know. I thought he was 18, 19, and like really like just cutting his teeth into MMA. I didn't know he's a grown ass man who can rent a car.
Yeah. Half the Rampage Jackson clips that I see from his live stream is more often than not some women being, honey, can Rampage Jackson pick me up? And of course, Rampage Jackson is right there, and the husband half the size, like, sure, babe, I guess Rampage Jackson can pick you up. Half the time is just him trying to cuck other men on his live stream, from what I've seen.
Wait, is this like out and about at fights? They're not like sitting in a room streaming.
They don't fight anymore.
No. They do IRL streaming, so they'll go everywhere. I've literally sat down and watched Rampage Jackson eat at Chick-fil-A. Like, that's what he does. He just goes around documenting his life. It's entertaining. Quentin Jackson's streams are great. Raja Jackson's less so. I feel like his viewership are those people that when Rampage isn't on, they just go watch Raja.
Probably, yeah. He would definitely be a much smaller draw. He's not going to be anything in the MMA world, right? Like at 25, he would have been by now, right?
Yeah, he's like 0-1-1 in his professional career, if you can call it.
He looked more promising anyway. Like when did Israel Adesanya get in the UFC? 29.
He was a pro
31?
kickboxer before that, though. He was cutting his teeth on like
right. He showed promise, but I'm saying he joined the UFC in his 30s, I think.
Yeah, but he was like a pro kickboxer, like a world champion kickboxer somewhere else. Raja is an attempted murderer somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have any accomplishments at 25.
That's got to be really difficult to be like the sibling or child of a professional athlete with those expectations on you, and then just to not have what it takes.
Only your parents be able to post in life.
Only if the parents a piece of shit. You could be that other Manning brother and just be a happy accountant. I bet they don't give him shit. I bet they don't go in the backyard and throw the ball around like, don't throw it to Tommy. He could never cut it anyway. And just like playing keep away with the ball, and they're all 45.
Wait, wasn't there a bit on The Simpsons of the Manning brothers them roasting the one Manning brother that didn't play in the NFL?
Well, sure, it's a Simpsons bit, but I'm saying like it seems like Rampage is like all day, every day. Like, that ain't my son. One of Rampage's sons is an albino. He's blonde hair and blue eyes, but he's black, if that makes sense. And he's like,
I don't know if I can wrap my head around this.
Well, it's a little bit hard because like his features are African American, like very much, but he's blonde
not true
hair, blue
albino
eyes.
if he doesn't have the red albino eyes.
That's pygmies.
No, pygmies are the little ones.
Oh yeah. What are those little rats
gnomes
that have the pink eyes?
That's a different form of little one.
You're thinking of goblins.
Yeah. It reminds me of like Raja Jackson reminds me of like the Wayne Gretzky's brother record, where it's like Wayne Gretzky and his brother Brent have the most points combined by biological brothers. And there's like families of 6, 7, 8 guys who have played in the NHL that are less. And it's like Wayne Gretzky's total was 2,857 points and Brent Gretzky had 4. He could have not played and it would still be a record.
I forget who said it, but this guy is like, oh, Tuesday, right? That's the day that Michael Jordan and I combined for 70 points. And Michael Jordan had 68 that
day. That's funny.
Taylor, I think I would have a great life if my father was a professional athlete. I don't think that Well, to be fair, my dad isn't Rampage Jackson calling me a baby bag bitch because I'm not like him. I would imagine that most healthy relationships between father, son, mother, daughter, pro athlete, regular kid are going to be conducive of a regular nepotism filled life of just getting everything that you want. I think I'd be okay.
Yeah. I mean, that would be fine. And it would be even better if you could somehow outperform the professional athlete parent. Like, I'll admit, I do that, like in the NHL, when they were like, oh, now Matthew Tkachuk is joining the NHL. He's getting a crack because his dad is Keith Tkachuk. And then you watch like 2 games of Matthew, and it's like, no, it doesn't matter what this guy's last name is. He's an NHL player.
I think the trick there is to play a different sport, because Michael Jordan's son will always be considered a failed basketball player. We have a perfect example going on right now. Bronny James and LeBron James. Bronny is never going to hit the heights of LeBron James. And I feel genuinely bad for him, because he was a good enough player to maybe eventually get to the NBA had he played 4 years, but they drafted him after 1 year in college. And he shouldn't have even been drafted in the first place. But had he gone to play, I don't know, Olympic volleyball, oh, that's sick. LeBron James's kid is winning gold in Olympic volleyball.
That's a good idea. That seems like the place he could actually cut it, where just amazing genetics and an infinite money pipeline of trainers and camps could get you to compete at that level. Yeah, that's what he should have done. Speaking of we were talking about the bad Manning brother. His name's Cooper. That's Arch Manning's dad, the quarterback for Texas, the #1 school in the country.
Skipped a generation.
Yeah.
Skipped a generation for him. Yeah. I hope something bad happens to him this year. I need something
every
real
single
bad
person,
to happen
every
to that guy.
Thanksgiving. It's like, how's work? It's like, well, we've got the Colts next weekend. It's like, what's up with you, fucking Cooper? And he's like, well, Q3 wrapping up. Got a lot of work and coming down the pike. Yeah, that would be
Sold 3 houses, Jack. That's good.
Thanks for the last name.
Is there a non like Big Four, like super major sport that you'd want to be good at? We mentioned volleyball. Is there like fencing or darts?
Wait, what are the Big Four?
The Big Four being like American football. I'll throw soccer in there, hockey, basketball.
That was the one I was hoping you forgot.
No, that counts. That counts.
It's the highest state in the world. Get out of here. This
not here.
Wild contract.
But I thought his Big Four was going to be like
and
hockey, basketball, football, and
how about this?
Baseball.
The sports where you can make real money are out of the conversation. Is there a sport where you'd want to be good at? Even if it's just to show off to friends at a bar?
I think volleyball. I think volleyball is the move, because then maybe you get to be on the same like circle as the women's volleyball players, and I want to hang out with them. It's
not a sport, but my answer is chess.
Great answer.
You're good at chess. People think you're a genius, a virtuoso, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's a chess grandmaster. He probably could have done anything. Investing, quadratic equations. I don't know. He's good at this chess game. Therefore, he's a genius at everything. I like the perks that come along with being good at that game.
Yeah. That's a great answer. And I don't remember if it was Magnus Carlsen or some other like Finnish or Norwegian chess pro interview I saw. A crazy amount of those guys are like Norway, Finland, Sweden. Those guys love chess.
Russia.
And Russia too. They're big into chess. And there was some interviewer asking him like, so like, do you find people often think you're like a genius in everything just because you're excellent at chess? And he's like, yes, I am very good at chess, but what I find is it's more fun making people believe I am genius, because really I'm just really good at chess. They're like, how do you know this? How do you know that? He's like, it's study and equations and memorization and knowing the correct order and what the likelihoods of different openings or mid games are after and that. And this
I've
guy was
seen
like
Magnus Carlsen play. So they put the board on, and he turns around and faces away from the board, and they play that way. He never looks at the board. He audibly they audibly tell him where they move the pieces, and he audibly immediately tells them what moves to make for him.
There's a piece you left out
in his head.
There's a piece you left out. That clip you're talking about, he's playing 15 different people. He's got 15 boards in his head, not just the one. That's crazy.
And it's not 15 me's. It's people that know how to play chess. Like I only know the basic rules. Like I don't know
people who never
strategy.
refer to it as the horsey.
No. What's this fucking butt plug? A bishop. That's what I knew.
I was good at one of those weird sports in high school. I picked up badminton because there was a hot girl that I wanted to talk to. Yeah, badminton's a lot of fun. But I wasn't like naturally good at racket sports. I was just a very athletic guy that came from like all of the real sports that decided to play badminton because the cute girl was there. And I accidentally like carried a badminton career for like 4 years to like 3 appearances at state finals, what would be our states.
Nice.
Yeah. I lost like 2 years in a row to this Japanese kid named Yuzo Watanabe who didn't have a backhand. He would just fucking switch hands. So in that, you didn't know what to fucking do. You want to throw like to people's backhands, and Yuzo's like, just would switch hands and stand in the middle. Fucking Yuzo.
I love the amount of effort in the badminton swings versus the speed of the projectile, because it's like they're crushing it, but then just the design of it, it can't go that fast.
18 feet later, it's going straight down.
Yeah. I remember my grandpa had a badminton set up in his outdoor shed, and like none of me or my cousins when we were kids understood that game. And it's less user friendly or less beginner friendly even than like tennis, because you know how if they're like teaching somebody to play tennis a little bit, you're just rallying. You're trying to teach them the way to hit it. And so like if the ball bounces twice on their side before they get a chance to smack it, you don't go, actually, that would be my point. You just let them hit it back to get used to it. Badminton, you don't have that. There's no bounce. Like you beef it, and it's like you have to restart the whole rally. So we had very short sprees of playing that.
Tennis has a double-edged sword when picking it up, though, because like with badminton, you can just whale it, and it'll go not that far, just enough to stay in court. But tennis, if you whale it because you're a noob, this shit will go to the other side of your town. It will disappear.
It is, and it's humiliating when you're playing tennis, and there's like 20 feet high fences around and you hit it out. It's like now I have to like go to the gate and then walk 60 yards around the pen and walk down the little hill at the park, grab the ball, come back. Embarrassing. That's why pickleball is the move, man. Pickleball is like tennis, but if you want it easy as fuck, you don't have to run as much.
Lower class than tennis? Tell me, is it?
No, I don't think so. Like it's there's a club near my house that a buddy of mine who's really into pickleball wants to go, and so like I go with him semi-regularly. Something I didn't like is we went to this pickleball club, and it was me and my girlfriend and then my buddy and his wife, and we were going for like open play, and I was like, oh, it's going to be like the 4 of us playing, and you know they're both very experienced. I have played probably 6 times ever, and my girlfriend really very little experience, no experience in racket sports. And then we get there, and my buddy's like, well, the way it happens is you put your paddles in this like bucket, and then if you then like the administrator takes 4 paddles out and sends you to a court. And then if you lose, you come back and put your paddles in the challenger bucket. And if you win, you come back and put them in like the winner bucket. And then they like reorganize based on that. And it was like, okay, well, this is like a little annoying. I didn't want to play with a bunch of random people. I wanted to kind of play with my friends. And the first couple that my girlfriend and I got matched up with, this is probably 3-4 weekends ago, was this Asian lady and this Asian couple, probably like late 40s, early 50s. And immediately it becomes clear this is like their thing. They're like hitting it like like smoking it. Like my girlfriend has no idea how to return a serve. And this fucking cunt Asian lady is like acing her over and over. And I want to be like, is that what you wanted to do today? Like ruin someone's attempt at like picking up a hobby? You fucking bitch. Really? Like you're going to like.
Oh, you weren't going to take it to a racist place?
I would have been like, oh, you what you do here?
Pretend like that's your real accent.
It's like, I'll see you at your car, and I know which one it is. It's with the fucking ruined hubcaps and the dents. I was like furious at one point, but trying to remain composed because it was like they knew she was brand new. And they were like, instead of being amicable and courteous and like teaching someone the hobby, they were like teeing off on her. Like if me and the Asian guy were having a good rally and then I hit it to the Asian girl, she didn't like continue the rally with me. She spiked it at my girlfriend and then she misses it and we lose the point. We got blown out and I was not enthused.
No, that's no fun. You need, when you clearly see people that are new into the hobby, you gotta you want to make sure that they come back. I had a guy, this was maybe like 6 years ago. I was in a squash tournament, and
that's fun. That's hard.
Yeah, it's hard. Greatest workout you'll ever get. That's what every squash player fucking says. It's a tournament, and half of the people are like 70. That's just what squash players typically look like. There might be the random like people in like their early 30s like me, like a young guy getting into it in 19. It's just a regular tournament of regular people. And then some fucking douchebag comes in and signs up for the tournament. He came third at the Pan American Games. Fuck you. What are you doing here? This is a beer league where fucking Roger over here had a heart attack 2 years ago, and Marcus there only has one functioning knee. That's
why Robert's name is on the bench.
I disagree entirely. It sucks to suck, get good.
I'm
fair. Sitting here wondering how I can find an over 70 squash tournament.
Dude, I was like, the sucks to suck because like when I go into like sporting events, I always have in my head like, Taylor, you're not like a hyper competitive guy in sports. You're just you're just being chill. And then like I go down by a couple points and I'm like to my girlfriend being like, if you could just get to the side of the ball when you're trying to hit it, because when you stand directly behind it and you go like this, you're not going to get a good purchase. You're not going to get an angle. And we keep losing these fucking points. I'm like trying to hold it. And she's like, Taylor, you're just giving me a lot of correction throughout the game. And I'm like, I know, but I'm
half as much as you needed.
Yeah. But it's just always
going
such
full
like
John McEnroe out there,
dude. It's like a full like
brackets.
self-identity destroying thing every time. Where like I'm playing any game and someone fucks up, and I go from like patient, thinking I'm like Mr. Chill, Mr. Cool guy, to being agitated so rapidly.
I love that about Taylor's girlfriend is still in the "I enjoy the same things you do" lie phase of the relationship. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Blues, huge fan over here.
She hasn't even. She's a card. Her family is like a Cardinals family. I have to like explain.
Woody's wife actually
stuff.
Likes Elden Ring. Taylor, did you know that? She loves it.
She loves it.
Dude, when I come back, she's watching it on YouTube by herself.
That's sick. You got a good setup. Elden Ring wife, pretzel wife.
I'm with you, Woody. I just got my basically wife, not officially married. I just got her into Pokemon collecting with me because I've been. By the way, horrible idea. I am deeply thousands of dollars into this hobby. But she's like, I want to go to these card shows and help you look for the things that you're looking for. Ultimately, we came down on like, hey, I want you to get in on this too. Why don't you pick a Pokemon that you really like or you think is really cute, really adorable, and we'll start collecting those cards. She picks a Pokemon from, if this term means anything, Gen 1, so 1996, yes. The original 151 named Ditto. I was like, oh, that's an adorable Pokemon. It's like this blob. It literally is just a piece of gum. And it's one of like the most expensive ones to collect for. I am seeing cards that are like $900 plus, and it is a daunting task to tell her that we cannot complete this collection because I finally got her into something that I'm interested in. Even if she's faking it, I don't want to ruin this.
Have her play Pokemon, Gen 1 Pokemon game, and get a Ditto and start using it, and she will immediately be off the Ditto train.
Yeah, Ditto
it was like the coolest. And so like, for Woody and Kyle, Ditto was a Pokemon whose entire shtick, it only knows one move called Transform, and it's just a pink blob. And no matter what Pokemon it's fighting, it transforms into that exact Pokemon with its exact moves, which sounds like it could be fun, but it's not, because all it means is that you always hit second. And your opponent knows exactly what your type is and what they can do to fuck it up. And so, like, it's a really neat concept, but it doesn't actually work well. So yeah, have her play the Pokemon game. She'll try Ditto out, be like, this Pokemon sucks ass, and then she'll like find I don't know. What's another one a girl likes? Pikachu.
No, that's worse. That's worse. There's like, oh my God, Pikachu. There is a Pikachu card that is like $5 million. That's the one that Logan Paul wears to events and stuff. It's called
funny flex.
Yeah, it's called an Illustrator Pikachu, and I don't have the heart to tell my girlfriend, babe, I can't afford the Logan Paul $5 million Pikachu.
She's like, but aren't you big enough for the WWE yet? Someday.
Maybe we can get a Ditto if Raja hits someone else. It's been great for my career.
Use that Raja money. Yeah, Pokemon. It makes me so sad that you missed it by such a small window, Kyle. If you were just a couple years younger, you would have been all in.
I really wouldn't have. There would be like, no. I saw some cards at school once. Mostly, yeah. I saw a Pokemon card at school one time. Like a kid had some sitting behind me. Maybe it was sixth grade? Or was that 8th grade? I think it was 8th grade. I think in 8th grade, the kid behind me in homeroom had some Pokemon cards, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Because like we play poker at my house. Like I knew how to play poker, and I was just like, "What the fuck do you have there? What is that?" And I remember it was all shiny and like holographic, and him trying to explain it to me, and just thinking like, "Well, we're not going to be the gayest kid in this class. We found the bottom. Won't be friends with that guy."
Okay, the cards, you're right. I was meaning more the games, like the Game Boy games. I don't know if you were on a Game Boy much in the 90s, but they didn't
buy me games.
Video games of all time.
Yeah, my parents wouldn't buy me games for them. Like I had Mario and I had Tetris, and like once you got the console and it came like a game or two. There was never getting another game. like that didn't really happen at my house. You're like, you got the Mario, you got that one, and then you got the Sonic. What more do you need? And I'm like,
did you have Santi? I know you were a Pokemon guy in the 90s.
Yeah.
Did you have N64 Pokemon Stadium?
Oh yeah. No, that was a cultural game in this household.
Oh yeah, it was like I remember the excitement of it being like Friday after school in like 4th or 5th grade, and it's like, oh, I've got Tim and Alex and Brendan and Travis, and I've got all my buddies coming over, and we're gonna do a Pokemon Stadium tournament, and we're gonna do this and that. And it was, well, first we'll go home and then probably shoot each other with airsoft guns in the woods, or I guess 4th, 5th grade, that was paintball time. We didn't know airsoft was a thing yet. We'll do that for a while, build a fort, and then we'll just spend all night eating pizza, drinking soda pop, and playing Pokemon Stadium. I don't like that. Those might be some of my best gaming memories ever. Is N64.
N64 sleepovers with like GoldenEye. Oh my God, so good. Kyle, I am really curious because it sounds like when you were younger, gaming wasn't like a super hyper focused thing that you were into as a kid. It sounds like you were a pretty outdoorsy kid. I'm really curious how it went from that to Call of Duty. I'm kind of curious like how that kind of like jump into the 360 and getting really into COD.
I got my own income. See, when Taylor was talking about Pokemon, like, I didn't know Pokemon existed. I don't know how he did. I didn't know that those games existed. I don't know how he did it. I didn't know the Nintendo 64 existed until I was like in high school or something and went to somebody's house that had one. I was like, oh, interesting. Never knew that was a thing. Like I didn't know those.
Talk about it at school? No.
Well, not to me. not to me. I mean, amongst their friends, I'm sure they chatted. No one mentioned it to me. No. But then once I had like income, I was like, I spent my money on the frivolous things that I'd always wanted, like paintball and video games.
Well, you missed out. Pokemon Gen 1 was the shit, and then I see the new. Now I go boomer mode when I see new Pokemon. Where it's like they've run out of ideas. There's one of them that's just an ice cream cone that evolves into larger ice cream cones. That's a Pokemon now.
Yeah, that's not my Pokemon. That's not my Pokemon.
No, not my Pokemon. Just like not my.
None of this shit is my Pokemon.
Oh,
I got an idea. How about one we call Copy, and he just mimics the guy's moves from a second ago?
That could be a thing.
But one of my favorite laughs during that whole trivia bit we were doing for a while is I asked some like Pokemon related question, and Woody like made up his own Pokemon names as the answer, and it was, I don't remember what it was.
It was
I wish
close
I did,
enough,
'cause it killed me. I was like, and Woody answered Scraggles. That is not a Pokemon, but it's
Shot in the dark.
Close enough to, it's pretty good. Oh, that was so fucking funny. Just taking a shot in the dark. Yeah, Scraggles. That's kind of like Pikachu. Yeah.
Dude, the world really does open up when you get your own income. I'm thinking to what Kyle said, because what the hoops that I had to jump through to get anything that I wanted before the age of like 17 when I got my own job were insane. I remember like to get a PS3, which if you remember back in like 2006 were obscenely expensive. I had to make like a deal with my dad that I would work cleaning banks with him for 8 straight months. I think I talked about my dad in the previous episode. Okay, so that's the thing. I worked with him for like 8 months. I got my PS3, and then like 7 years later, I did the math. I was like, Dad, minimum wage, that was like $7,000. That was child slavery. He was like, you didn't fucking negotiate.
There was a lesson. It was expensive.
You got what you wanted, so it's fair deal.
Yeah, I remember like just going and buying an Xbox and a PlayStation and like a capture card and like 8 games and like a new paintball gun and a nitrogen tank and be like, let's just went and bought all the things that I had always wanted once I had monies.
I've never done that.
Yeah, it was real nice.
A nitrous tank. I remember
nitrogen for the paintball, like because like white trash shoots CO2, but the cool kids had the nitrogen tanks because you had to go. You can't get those filled at the little rinky-dink fields that I always shot at in the country. A CO2 tank is cheap, like the big one that you used to refill the smaller ones. They're cheap. You can rent them at an air gas place, but the nitrogen thing is a whole other setup that you couldn't get. But as soon as I had money, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna need $2,000 worth of paintball gear since I don't play at all.
And I remember I got a nitrogen tank too for my paintball gun in high school, and I liked that unlike all the CO2 tanks, the nitrogen tanks were like aesthetic and were like rounded off at the end, and they even had these little like pockets that were grippy. You could like slide over the whole thing like a sock, but It was like, I think the brand was Dye. Dye, does that sound right? Yeah. And that was cool. I don't know why nitrous was so desirous. Like everyone wanted a nitrous tank.
Because the CO2 gets cold and it's inconsistent with its like pop per shot, but the nitrogen just it's not cold. It doesn't freeze everything up, and it was super consistent. And I don't know if you had more shots. Obviously, the nitrogen tank would be like 68 cubic inches, and it'd be like 4,500 psi, whereas a CO2 tank converting to standard, but it'd be like 20 ounces and like 800 psi because it's just a chunk of steel. It's just a steel tank. But that nitrogen tank is carbon fiber wrapped steel. I think it's and it looked cooler. It's smoother. It's slicker. The cool kids always had those. I did not. So as soon as I had money, it was PlayStations and nitrogen tanks.
Sick.
How old were you?
Fucking 19 or 20, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. Like as soon as I started making money selling cars, because like again, growing up, like I could get ATVs. Like if I would get a new ATV every 3 or 4 years, and then get like a side by side, and had multiple cars and guns and scopes and all the ammunition I wanted. But that was stuff my dad understood and stuff my dad was into. So like I could get that. If I'd wanted a nice baseball bat, I could have had one. I never really cared enough to get like some $500 bat or anything.
Were they expensive when you were young?
Baseball bats?
I know they're expensive now.
Yeah. I mean, there's grades to everything, right? Like there'd be a big pile of aluminum bats that the coach would show up with in a bag that'd be all chipped up. But I wanted my own bat when I went to go play. Like this is my bat, and I wouldn't let the other kids use it except for my buddies. Like, all right, Dave, you can use it. Mark, you can use it too. Nobody else touches my Easton though.
It's better with it.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's much better. It's a better bat. Like there's more pop to it. You hit the ball farther. It's lighter.
It would make a better noise when the kids with expensive bats hit it.
And like I cared about having it scratched up, so like when I would get a hit, I would toss it over to the grass, not toss it into the gritty gravel because it scrapes up the finish on it, which is like I don't know, just a kid. Maybe that's not something that an adult would even give a shit about, but I did because it was my like $200 baseball bat. I didn't want to throw it in the gravel, so it's some piece of shit would borrow it. Jordan Wansley throwing my bat in the gravel. Now I'm sitting between innings. I'm holding my bat like nobody. All right, I see how it is.
Jordan's a real son of a bitch.
Shit. Oh fuck, Jordan! It's just the worst. Sweatiest kid you ever met. Sweatiest kid you ever met. Keep beating off of him. Like, dude, it's 75 out here. What's wrong with you? He looked like a Michael Jordan Gatorade commercial, and we weren't even doing anything.
Dude, that was me as a kid, and it was awful. I remember I'm riding my bike home, and the bully like pulls up next to me. He's like, "Look at your upper lip. Your upper lip is sweating." I'm like, gross. You're disgusting. Look at your upper lip. You sweat on it.
That's
I got you good.
That is the most pedantic form of bullying. Look at him. He's moist.
I'm 12. It is hurting my feelings.
They said much meaner shit to me. I wish they made fun of my sweaty upper lip.
It wasn't even. He didn't even say mean things. He just heard. He'd be like, "Hi, my name's Matt Woodworth." Like, I don't talk like. Why are you? What are we doing here?
For the last time, I'm not German. What's the job?
Yeah.
Clue me in.
Every fucking day.
Dude, it's this physical stuff as a kid that you can't control that hurts the most. So I had facial hair before most kids, and like whenever somebody would, like,
that must have been so difficult. Yeah.
No, listen, in grade 5 it's fucking weird. Grade 7 and 8 it's cool. But like grade 5, I'm the fucking weirdo with a mustache. So everybody's calling me, and I think that was the height of like vote for Pedro. So that was a fucking nightmare having to deal with Napoleon Dynamite fucking getting called Pedro all the time.
Yeah, I bet.
That is an unsung difficulty. Is everybody who couldn't grow facial hair until late always thinks it was easy early on. But I remember specifically getting like paranoid and being like bullied for having facial hair in middle school.
How tough it must have been to be bigger and stronger than everyone else in school.
We just didn't know we were better.
You know what nobody made fun of? The chicks that got tits early. What was do you remember the first girl that got tits in your school and what year it was? Because I remember Lindsay Curran's had knockers.
A big shout out to Lindsay, girl of the week.
I knockers in 5th grade. It was like, oh my fucking god! Like I'm not talking about
pubescent enough to even care at that point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember in 5th grade.
I was too.
Like,
I wasn't sure.
I remember in 5th grade being like, I really wanted to grab my teacher's crotch. Like that was something that was in my head. I was like, I wonder how much trouble I would get if I just grabbed that pussy.
Probably a lot.
I swear to God, I remember having, and she was like, call it 28, something like that. And she was in the process of getting married. And I was jealous of her husband. He would come in he was like he either had a big interest in the Civil War, or maybe he was also a teacher or a professor or something. And he taught it somewhere else, but he came in one day to like verse us in the Civil War on a higher level than she was capable of, I guess. And I was just like, piece of shit. Piece of shit. I bet he grabs her pussy all the time. I was so jealous.
I think girls hitting puberty early is rougher than boys. I remember this girl hit puberty early in my school, and everyone regarded her as fat. Because she had like fat on her ass, fat on her hips. She had big boobs. She had the body of like Margot Robbie, and everyone but compared to all the girls with the bodies of little boys, like she did have more fat.
Yeah, they tagged her for fatness. No, that's fun.
I mean, Lindsay wasn't skinny, but I'm telling you, these things were huge. Like by adult standards. I'm not saying that. Look at her. She's got a B cup. What a fucking freak of nature. She had big titties. She was 10. It's got to be the dairy. It's got to be the dairy or the hormones in the chicken. I don't know what we're feeding our kids these days, but these little girls, I mean, we can all understand where
maybe it's the plastic.
Yeah, Trump, right? I can see. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Sometimes you see a river and you decide to just not float down that one. And that's
yeah,
how
but
I
no,
view
this girl, she was 12,
conversation.
and I think she could have got served alcohol or something. Like she just had a woman's body.
That's crazy. And then I remember like had to be like 8th grade, and Jared had hairy man legs, like hairier than mine are, like dark, hairy, like a thicket. And I remember sitting there, it was summer, so we all had shorts on, and like looking from his leg to my leg and back again and being like, this shit don't add up. This can't, there's something wrong about it. And he already had a goatee. Like he already had a goatee. And by the time we hit full in high school, he had your beard. He had your beard trimmed short though. And it was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like I didn't even have a Pedro mustache. You know what I mean? Like I'd like knock that thing down with my dad's razor every 3 days.
That was part of early puberty I did like, is I also noticed, as someone with Santi, I'm sure same boat, someone who got man legs early, like man leg hair early, like being in gym and being like, all right, at least I'm like in this race of puberty significantly ahead of most of the class in the leg game.
Behold.
You should see them when they get wet. It's crazy.
I remember like from like
want to touch them.
Dude, I would like twirl them. I remember like when they were coming in, I was like, this is fucking cool that I got this. Yeah. But I feel like it was like this like burst of testosterone from like grade 5 to grade 9 that made me this like super mega athlete. And then everyone caught up after that. But man, I remember those days that, you know, Woody, you said, oh, poor you. This was one of the cool things about having a beard and being looking like a 37-year-old Dominican baseball player by age 12. I was good at sports purely because my motor functions had evolved to that of an adult earlier, purely because of that.
Yeah,
I grew up at the beach.
I'm 6'2", Kyle.
Okay.
Like I spent more time at the beach than most people, and we'd put suntan lotion on in the summertime. All the guys had this particular look of like sort of the white not going away instantly because they have these big hairy legs and it doesn't absorb into the hair in the same way. But me and the girls, you know, had a very different look of like what it was like to apply suntan lotion to my hairless body. And it was like, mother.
To my hairless body.
Yeah. And I envied the leg hair, but even more so the armpit hair. It was like I just vibed feminine, I guess, with my hairless armpits while all the boys had like tufts growing in. They do one of these things and it's like, fuck you, man.
Oh, you know what was worse about Santi? I know you know, hitting it early is like 5th, 6th, 7th grade, having like very regular voice cracks, like trying to respond in class or like talk to a girl or talk to a friend, where you'd just be like in the middle of like laughing at the lunch table and you'd be like, and then also, did you see that, Mrs. Monk? Like it just cracks up and you sound silly. That was embarrassing.
Yeah,
I always thought like every time that would happen in class and I answered and my voice cracked, I'd be like, oh, all the girls hate you. All the girls were going to remember this forever.
Oh yeah, it's so much worse dealing with that at 12 than say 7 fucking teen, right? Having
that's fair, man. Woody keeps winning.
I got a cold and had this sort of froggy voice. There was like a group of people. Woody's voice is finally changing. Hey, everyone, check it out. He's getting his adult voice. It's like I just have a cold. It's got to go back.
No, I'm just going to stay like this now. I'm just... Man, I bring up my little problems with puberty early, and then Woody just blows you out with the much more real problems of late puberty.
Yeah.
But
nobody who hit puberty early was a big guy though. Like if that makes sense. Like they were just big for our age. Like I remember Santavius must have hit puberty early because he was a giant. I remember like my mom again taught special ed, so she'd be like, I'm always getting beat up, and she's like, Santavius, I need you to be Kyle's bodyguard. He's like, yes, Miss Mav, I'll look after Kyle for you. It's like the guy, like John Coffey from the Green Mile. He's like, no problem. But then by the time we got to high school, I'm like, that guy's 5'8". He hit 5'8" at like 10 and then stopped growing. But at 10, he was a monster. He was literally John Coffey walking down the hall, 2 people wide. But again, when we hit adulthood, when we all got to high school, and I'm like 6'2", and a lot of the guys are, and it's like, What happened to Santavius? He just stopped growing.
Not my guy. Chris Christie had a beard like Taylor in 8th grade, and he didn't like get a lot of attention or anything. He was kind of soft spoken, and for some reason, the whole school and where I went, we did IQ tests. This motherfucker clocks in at a 137, and I'm like, you asshole! Like, you hit puberty at birth. Your IQ's 137. I don't think I can like you at all.
You're difficult to be friends with because you're better than me. And all the things.
Hard. Like, just fucking save some pussy for the rest of us.
I remember in like middle school, early high school, and maybe it was just like a holdover from like girls growing up, but the guys in my grade that were like the quote unquote like cool guys, that like the ladies men, they weren't the guys that hit puberty early. Like the one I remember specifically, this guy Matt, little squirrely guy, but he was like cool and he didn't hit puberty, and he was like still like beating them off with both hands like girls constantly. And it was like, at the time, I guess I didn't understand like, oh, they like him because maybe he's not threatening, maybe like because he's like the youngest of all, sometimes the youngest kids are really cool because they've like gotten transitive exposure to like older modes of like socializing and stuff. But in my head, I always remember thinking like, oh man, I'm so jealous of that guy. He's a head shorter than me and tiny. He wears big, even thicker glasses than me, but like he's getting so much attention from the cute girls, and I can't get any attention from them.
Preaching to the choir. I hated that shit. And I didn't realize, like, now as an adult, I realize, like, why did I want to be this 4'9" little bitch? By the way, my guy's also named Matthew. And he's still like 5'1". That little bitch did not grow up at all. But I remember being so jealous that he had all of the features that all of the girls at that age like. And I thought it was like a hockey thing. So I even tried to grow out like the helmet hair, what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
But I just looked like I had a fucking afro. I could not grow that to save my life. I should find a picture of it. I look terrible with it.
I had that too.
But I couldn't wrap my head around why this little bitch boy that's 50 pounds soaking wet got all the attention of the girls back in the day over me.
Now that's one I saw right through. Not saying I got the girls' attention, but there was a dude in my high school. He was super effeminate. He might have been gay. I remember when he knocked it out of the park at the high school talent show, singing "Why Must I Be a Teenager in Love?" like a girl. It was this high-pitched whatever.
Might have been gay.
Right? And he was friend zoned by like every girl in the class. And I'm like, yeah, I don't envy that. He can have that all he wants. I'd rather have guy friends.
Oh yeah.
Did you know okay, so it sounds like at the time you knew that he was friend zoned.
Oh, everybody.
Okay.
It was obvious to me anyway. Yeah.
Maybe in my situation, I maybe he was friend zoned too, but like in my eyes, I was like, this guy's getting all the pussy. This isn't fair. I didn't see it that way.
Yeah. I do remember a guy who got like all sorts of girl attention, and he was just cute. He was cute. He was available. He had game. He wasn't athletic. He wasn't special other than his ability to chat up girls. And I remember my best friend, the guy I'm talking about, fucked his girlfriend before he was my best friend's girlfriend. And he hated that about him. He wanted to beat him up for something that happened before he even met his girlfriend. But
it is we're talking about the child version of all of this, but it is genuinely impressive when you meet somebody. And I know, like, from my personal experience, an incredibly good looking man when I was in university, and seeing it now as an adult in my early 20s, seeing this man being a magnet of women at that age. Now, as I'm seeing it play out in person, that to me, it's like, that's actually impressive. Now looking back at Matthew's a little bitch. He didn't actually get anything. But now as an adult, seeing this genuinely like god of a man, it's like, all right. But no longer am I jealous, Woody. Now I see like, good for you, dude. This is impressive. And I don't envy. I respect more than anything now.
I think I can do both.
What's the idea? Like, what would be your ideal body? Like, is there a guy that you look at, maybe even in the WWE, where you're like, that's a 10 out of 10?
Yeah. If you want to pull it up, Zach, there is a guy named Drew McIntyre who is, I think it's achievable. There might be some, a little bit of help there, but I'm not opposed to jumping on something to get there. But he isn't this 5% body fat. He's just like a beast, burly man with some chest hair. And I'm like, that's something that I want to strive for.
So you're picking a body that you could possibly have.
Yes. Yeah. I don't want to be unrealistic about it.
I prefer unrealistic.
Yeah, that's super achievable, what he's got going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could do that.
That to me is like what I want to achieve.
All right, he's got some good genetics too. His chest is pretty wacky.
Filled out.
Yeah. He's either got a pump or he just is a god amongst men. Yeah, he's got great genetics.
They all have pumps when they come out. They all have a little gym bag right before they make their entrances. But that to me, that's my ideal body type. I'm 6'2" right now. I'm in a cut. I'm 220. That guy, he's like 260.
I think I'd want a bigger dick than that guy.
I think all the blood is elsewhere, Woody. That's all. All the blood went to his fucking
I always
neck.
keep a little in it just for show.
Who is this?
We were talking about like an ideal body type in the WWE for him, because we were talking about sort of, who you'd want to look like, or what's a 10 out of 10
Taylor, can you name someone
body?
Whose body you'd want to have instead of your own?
Chris Hemsworth from Thor 1.
No, the Mountain. I'd want to go crazy.
Fuck out of here, you freak!
I may as well.
I want to have to take shits in bathtubs.
Yeah, that would be a horrible thing to have to start doing.
The Mountain. How old is the Mountain?
40. I thought he was
45.
Kyle's
45.
I thought he was young.
No, he's young. I think he's like a 1990s baby. Like if we're talking about the recast of the Mountain, the one that kills Prince Oberyn Martell, he's a 90s baby. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
You think he'll be dead in 20 years?
Dude, do you know how gigantic you have to be to look like that and still have like bicep veins? That's crazy.
Have you guys seen his wife?
That would be awesome. His wife? And I also
he's gonna tear her in half any day.
He's got a respectable, trustworthy moon face. This is
that guy's not gonna live much past 56.
Really? Why not?
I would say a lifetime of overdoing it on the steroids and
like
just being ginormous.
Ric Flair's like 80 or something.
Huge people don't usually stick around as long. Actually, there's that really tall basketball player. He's not one of those lanky
basketball players. Like that guy. I don't know. I guess time will tell. We'll check back in 20 years.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's like breaking records for like a crazy tall guy not dying. But that could also do with the fact that he's like he's like stick skinny, like just a Slenderman body. And I thought last time I saw him, he was like super, super skinny, and that probably contributes to longevity.
Does he walk with a cane now too? Maybe.
Probably. Like most of those giant guys do.
Yeah. Good. You don't want somebody like that to just win their whole life. They need to taste a little defeat there toward the end. Did you see that Texas? I thought she was a Missouri politician, but it says Texas. The chick who burnt the Qaran with a flamethrower.
I'm so sick of that annoying retard.
she's got it. She's got that like.
I am as American as apple pie, and I want spray fire on the Quran because that's totally fucking relevant right now. Yeah, actually, I've never unmuted her video. I don't know what she sounds like. I've never
you nailed it. Yeah. She's always doing this, like doing outrageous stuff to drum up attention. Again, I thought she was a Missouri candidate. She's the one who was like, she had like a mannequin tied up and she like executes it with a pistol and she's like, that is what happens to pedophiles. This is what we do to pedophiles where I am from.
Hello, I am Valentina Gomez. My family has lived in Missouri for 9 months and I am ready to represent you. Yeah, I thought she was, if she was also a Missouri lady, my guess is she's just kind of darts at a dartboard. All right, I'll run in fucking Texas. All right, I'll run in Missouri. I'll try it here, try it there.
She's pulling Hillary Clinton, just going where there's seats open, maybe.
No, because Hillary Clinton is like smart and calculating, and
this girl has a flamethrower burning a Qaran.
Yeah. what are we doing?
I told Fish, our Muslim friend, was obviously a little offended by seeing his holy book burnt by that crazy lady, and he posted something. He's like, I bet if I just imagine what would happen if I burnt the Talmud or the Torah like that. And I'm like, dude, you couldn't burn a Seinfeld DVD. They come lock your ass up immediately.
That's so funny that's the direction he immediately goes. Well, what if I burn the fucking Talmud? It's like, all right, Fish, can you please just guess one of the words? Please.
So I looked it up.
Been out there for a while.
She's from Colombia, and she moved to America in 2009.
I thought she's one of me.
I assume she's a citizen, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, she's running for public office.
She's got to be.
She's very pretty.
Do you have to be a citizen to do that?
You
run for public office? That's a tremendous oversight if we have a
Vladimir Putin, the new governor of Maryland.
No, I have always loved Wisconsin.
I know that there's tiers and levels. Like you have to be obviously a citizen to you have to be born in the United States to be president, but not every citizen can be president.
Yeah, because Schwarzenegger's governor of California, but he can't be president.
I looked it up. Mm-hmm. You need to be a citizen for 7 years to run for office.
It's fair.
Okay. That almost seems pretty lenient.
I like it lenient. Like, let the voters pick who they want to pick. If the best talent in the world's only been here for 7 years, you shouldn't disqualify them and look down the list. That's my take on it. Let the voters choose. But
I would agree if our politicians were fucking killing it, but they're terrible. And so
that's why we got to look more broadly, right? maybe there's a Haitian you've overlooked, Taylor.
Maybe one of those Chinese guys, maybe one of those Chinese business magnates who somehow now owns half of Nebraska could come in and be a politician. We could do that. That's crazy. Letting Chinese
is that happening?
Oligarchs buy a bunch of land. Yeah, that's been criticized for a while. I don't know.
Trump signed that executive order a while back about
they wouldn't let us do that shit in China.
Of course not. Well, Trump signed that thing disallowing the purchase of the land that was within X distance of military bases because they were buying large swaths of land near Air Force bases. It's what's going on here?
That's one of those things where they'll say Trump looking to make it illegal for Chinese oligarchs and business magnates to buy up all the land surrounding military bases. And it's wait, we're fixing that right now. That feels like something you see.
I think they're trying to fix it now because we fixed it in Canada. So I think they're now buying up as much American land as possible because that was a problem here. That started 10 years ago where every single house, every single plot of land was being bought by some Chinese family or company with a shell version of itself in Canada. Now, have you guys noticed with the housing prices in the United States, have they recently started going up since Canada started deporting Indians and preventing as much immigration as there once was? Because our prices are starting to plummet and they're starting to plummet. You can't people are trying to sell their houses and cannot find a buyer. That's another problem because most of the buyers were a lot of these foreigners. Has there been the inverse effect over there now?
I don't think it's hit us fully yet because my friends who are
inflation is outpacing anything anything like that, I'm sure, and keeping things either stable or the other way around. And also the continued drama around interest rates and the Fed, and there's a lot going on there that's sort of boring Washington stuff, but Trump's taken over. Trump either Trump's the super genius or he employs them because it seems like he knows where to go to influence his power. I didn't know that the Fed had governors. I'd never heard of that position before. I didn't know it existed. And did he fire that lady or force that lady to resign or something like that?
Yeah, so he like can't fire her except for cause. And apparently she had 2 home loans where she claimed they were both her primary residence, and he fired her for that, which is I don't know. Who said it? You show me the person, I'll find the crime.
That was Joseph Stalin.
Is it true? Is that true?
Yeah. I believe, I'm almost positive it's Stalin.
Okay. Yeah. At least I now believe you're saying that in good faith, and fooled me into buying it.
No, I'm almost positive that's
but that was my take on that. So she is going to sue or is denying being fired. I don't know if she can do that. So Trump doesn't have the authority to fire her, just like she's not an at-will employee. It has to be for cause, and now she's debating the cause, and we'll see where it goes. That's
very funny to deny being fired. Nuh-uh. Like you just show up at work again. You're basically, she's pulling
Stanza.
Yeah, that's the whole Seinfeld episode.
What, that stuff? I was joking. Yeah. I don't know what she's up to, but the Fed seems to be a little bordering on corrupt. So maybe they need a shakeup.
You think? I'm on the other side of it. I felt like it was always independent and acted on behalf of the U.S. economy, not like anything else. Because it would always be popular to lower interest rates. If it was corrupt, they just lower it and raise inflation. But that's why they're not lowering rates, because it would raise inflation, would raise prices as you increase the money supply and demand. We all get it. And so they're like, let's move slowly on this. It's not, we got 2 sides of it. We're worried that the tariffs are going to slow the economy down, and we've seen that to some extent. And we're worried that lowering rates are going to raise prices, and just take our time before we pull a trigger. Is where
I would like it more if they had a different name.
The Fed?
Yeah, the Fed. That's tricky. They're tricking us to think it's some government shit.
The Reserve. I like that better.
They almost like Netflixify their logo in that, or they Cracker Barrelize, and they go down to
the logo. I'm imagining like Yellowstone. You know what I mean? Like wildlife, greenery, some flora and fauna. The Reserve, ruining the economy since 1967.
Yeah, that could work. Because Monsanto did that. They had like a leaf on their logo, and meanwhile they're like, "We made a special corn that gives you AIDS if you try and replant it." Oh fuck! The farmers really don't like this new corn.
So if I get cancer, it'll be because of the Roundup. Like I used to we didn't know that was bad for you.
Glyphosate.
I would be spraying that stuff with a big sprayer. It'd be going all over me, like all the time. I'd be like, oh, got a little Roundup on me. No big deal. It's clear, right? Can't be anything too bad in there.
If I ever get cancer, as if he hasn't had it already.
Yeah, that was that Monsanto cancer in my eye. Patent pending. Yeah, them and Dupont, like just evil incarnate. The forever chemicals and all that stuff. But Monsanto, the stuff they do with the corn seed, and it's probably other types of seed too, where they patent their seed, and you have to buy that seed from them. And the deal is that the seeds that Monsanto make, Roundup doesn't kill them. Roundup kills everything. It might as well be nuclear hellfire to weeds, but it kills regular corn too. But it doesn't kill Monsanto corn, so you're able to plant your field slap full of Monsanto corn, bathe the entire area in poison, and the corn just gets bigger and stronger, and all the other stuff dies.
So pick one. I want to do all 4. I'll vote for Nestle, although I'm mostly educated on.
Isn't that just slave labor?
Reddit
Isn't that the faux pas?
I thought it had something to do with them like thinking people don't need water unless they buy it from Nestle.
You're right.
Not us people.
Who's your most evil company?
The most evil?
Not Nestle.
It would probably you just have to go to the top of the ladder and say like BlackRock, right?
The investment firm.
Yeah. Because they manipulate so many other firms because that's what I'm saying is like you can almost cheat that answer and be like, oh, well, BlackRock, because the reason that this corporation does stuff that's like stupid and nonsensical is because they're a controlling shareholder and they lean on them to do things. And even the C-suite of this company is like, I don't know about this, but we kind of have to do what they want to do here. And then they also buy up isn't their subsidiary like Blackstone? That's like their real estate subsection of the company, and they buy up lots of houses and land,
not sure,
driving up the price for Americans, but planning on using it as like rental properties. They just seem like an easy evil company in Blackrock.
Okay.
It's even got an ominous name.
Kyle, who's your most evil company? Monsanto? You gonna stick with that one?
I think
Maybe
Dupont.
A defense?
I think Dupont has this like decades and decades record of creating super poisons, and contaminating water supplies around the world, and destroying environments, and also I think some stuff that was hazardous for the ozone layer. I don't think Freon was one of their inventions or one of their things. But I think Dupont. I watched some documentary a while back, and it's like Dupont and the man who poisoned Earth or something like that. It was like,
God,
holy shit.
That guy's a doer.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't know it. I think he was just he was making those miracle chemicals back then. Just like asbestos used to be seen as like this fix-all until we realized it just caused mesothelioma and all sorts of cancers and maladies in people. So I would go with Dupont.
Santi, you got a evil company?
I mean, my whole life, the answer has always been Monsanto, but out of curiosity, I looked it up. Like, what are people saying? And I guess it depends on if you are talking about now or of all time. If you want to talk about the goats of goats, it's the British East India Company. They did some really fucked up shit throughout the 400 years that they oppressed governments and people to just line their pocket. They
had their own army. That part was kind of sick.
It's kind of sick. Yeah,
it's kind of cool. A lot of corruption there, but having your own army. Can you imagine if like Lockheed Martin had their own army? That would be.
I think a lot of those companies do.
Cooler.
Well, they hire NPCs whenever like an oil company or a water company is moving into one of these poor nations. They'll hire private military, not NPCs. They'll hire private military.
Does that have another meaning? I'm
PMCs is what I meant. Yeah, and those areas, and they essentially do have their own little armies that they can go in, and they'll call it security forces to make sure that the dig site goes through. But they got ex-military guys who are killing people on the ground in those poor countries.
Sometimes it's not even PMC. Sometimes they just hire the local guerrilla group. All right, we need to get rid of all of the natives that are living in this land so that we can drill for the next 25 years, and then exterminate all of the natives of that land.
Very
PMC
evil
is
empire.
Private
Star Wars.
Military contractor. If you've been confused for 30 seconds,
like Blackwater, right?
Yeah, which is no longer a thing. It changed its name, and then I think the thing they changed their name to maybe got dissolved as well. They got in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. They rebranded to like a name of like a diet tea, like Uplift or something. Like they like changed it in such a weird way, and it's like, no, come on. If you're gonna be hardcore paramilitary guys, fighting for the highest bidder, have a cool name. Blackwater is a cool name.
Those guys were hardcore. I watched this Blackwater guy on a rooftop killing Iraqis one time from far away, just sniping all day with a semi-auto.
One of my close friends' dads was in that was his job when we were in high school. It was like, sick. What does your dad do? And he's like, oh, well, my stepdad does whatever, but my real dad, he's been in Blackrock for like 18 years, and so I don't see him that much. And it's like
Blackwater,
right? Sorry. And it's like, oh, so what's he doing? And he's like, a lot of stuff in the Middle East. He doesn't really talk about it. And he just was, apparently he has a litany of substance abuse problems. And
a couple of them got killed in Iraq, and maybe they burned the bodies and hung them from a bridge or something like that. Like they got ambushed in Iraq, got fucked up. One group of them. Yeah.
Wait, whose bodies were burnt?
The Americans from Blackwater.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
This is relevant. How much do you guys know about Game of Thrones, like that world?
An enormous amount.
Enough to be furious at how it ended.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. There is a PMC in the world of Game of Thrones called the Golden Company, and their whole shtick is that if you hire them, it doesn't matter if somebody comes in and offers more; they stick by you. Their word is golden. That is how they keep their reputation. They'll never turn sides. They'll never turn cloak. I'm curious how, like in today's landscape of PMCs, if that is a valuable asset to have, right? Like I want to hire a PMC company that isn't just all of a sudden going to take more money to fight for the other side. And if I'm like the leader of the PMC company, from like a business side, I think it might make sense to stick with the word of like the original agreed upon contract so that, other dictators want to hire me.
For sure.
They see me as like a trustworthy military to exterminate whatever problem they have.
Well, see, most of the conflicts that they're hired for and the situations that they're hired for aren't like binary situations anyway. It's not like like they wouldn't be hired, for example, by Somali pirates. It's like, yeah, we don't work for Somali pirates. We work for global multinational shipping lane companies. Like, we're a legal organization, not like bandits and thieves.
Mhm.
So I think that most of the, or they work for a government. The way you see Wagner, which I don't even know if it's still a thing after Vizolny or whatever got taken out by Putin.
Oh, they dissolved?
Allegedly.
Putin killed him. They tried to rebel against Russia about a year ago. They turned their tanks around and started heading toward Moscow.
Oh, I knew that part of the tale. Usually that's like a next man up kind of thing where they're like, all right, Putin got rid of that guy, and now he's got like a well-behaved little PMC.
Did he
company.
die in like a mysterious plane crash?
Indeed. His plane fell off a building.
It fell off.
His plane fell off a balcony. He was drinking too much, and the plane fell. Yeah, he got shot down by Putin and taken out because he was talking too much smack. Plus, he was getting big on social media. Like he would always be standing there in his military gear, looking like a Tarkov boss character, like we're here in Eastern Ukraine, soon to be Western Russia, and like just talking mad shit. And like he was doing well on social media. He was getting more popular than Putin seemingly, because he'd be like, our guys don't have this, our guys don't have that. This is bullshit. Don't because Putin would give him shit because the advances hadn't been made. And he was like, we don't have food. What do you do? Like he was shining a light on some of the corruption and the supply chain issues they were having, making them look bad. So yeah, they killed that guy.
Yeah, well, there's an example of turncloak PMC, right?
I suppose so.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I suppose so. But it's not like he took Ukrainian money and like exactly. He just like was fed up with being fed shit by his employer.
God, what a terrible decision that man made.
Yeah,
that was a bad move.
Yeah.
I would have been smarter and been like, you know what? After this whole kerfuffle, I'm never working for this guy again. But I'm also not a total retard, and I know this guy plays for real. I'm gonna keep driving the fucking tanks to the whatever fucking road he's telling me to guard.
It's not an exaggeration.
They're gonna kill my nieces and nephews. Like that's.
It's not an exaggeration to say that every month, someone who has given Putin a hard time falls out of a window or eats a pistol. Like every month it happens. I read about it every single month, a different guy. Of course, people that we've never heard of, but it'll be like, noted Putin critic, blah, 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 fell off the 8th story of the whatchamacallit building. It's like, what? I don't think they're falling.
You could have been clumsy. It could be a series. It could be a series of unfortunate events. You know?
Yeah, fucking like that's whenever like Trump, there's a lot wrong with the Trump administration, but at least he's not whacking people, you know? At least you're not hearing about people getting thrown off of buildings or anything like that. That's when we know we've
maybe
lost.
we need a little more whacking so that like Putin and Xi Jinping don't think that like they're the cool guys at the table who get to like whack a lot. Like maybe we should be a little more intense.
I don't know.
We should be whacking our foreign enemies.
Trump keeps saying the D word. He keeps talking about being a dictator. He's like, some people say I should be a dictator. I don't like dictators, but some people say maybe it's worth having a dictator if it solves these problems. I don't know. And it's like, stop saying that.
Anyway, this is all just a good way for me to say I'm signing another bill that boycotting Israel is illegal everywhere federally now, and that's important.
Like that's the kind of shit he's actually. Yeah, literally. The BDS laws were already on the books in like almost every red state and many blue states prior to even the past couple administrations. But like that seems to be his like attack on speech vector now is like,
we're gonna have to vote for one of those Omar like headdress wearing dark skinned Somali politicians to get our due. like
I'm gonna vote for a Somali who's like going out on the street and like you listen to that like Somali mayoral candidate and he's like, a very important thing about being a mayor in Minnesota is prioritizing more Somalis to come here. And it's like, what the fuck? That doesn't really have anything to do with being the mayor in Minnesota, in Minneapolis.
There's only like 300,000 Somalis in the country. It's not even that big of a all of them that I've met, really nice guys. The two that I met. Yeah, Muhammad and what was the other one's name?
Muhammad, probably.
Moses. Muhammad and Moses.
Wow, both sides of the coin.
Yeah. Moses was more freewheeling. He was getting pussy. He was doing a little little nose candy. And Muhammad, though, he had like 85,000 children or something like that. Each looked like a carbon copy of him. They all looked like they were about to let somebody know who the captain was now.
Yeah.
And just real funny, nice, hardworking people.
Very distinct head shape in the Somali community.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can pick up same with Nigerians. Like you see a Nigerian head. Yeah, they got a big blocky head, like a powerful head. Like Nigerian head butted you crack like an egg.
Yeah, maybe not me, but like an average person.
I'm letting you know. This is like my Nigerian buddy was like legit 6'4", 240. Like lean. Austin was his name. I couldn't have been his real name, but he called pussy cuckoo. He's like, last night I get a lot of cuckoo, and he was talking about this. He's like, I get the pillow and I wrap it around their waist and I grab either side. And the cuckoo tried to run away, but just nowhere to go from Austin.
Damn, talking about yourself in that tense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, now you've sold me. I would never vote for one of those Somali guys coming over here, but that Nigerian guy you just brought up, I think I would pick him because he seems to, if he treats our country as seriously as he treats the cuckoo, I think then I think we're in good hands. So I'd be down for that.
I'm just saying you go for the Nigerian because they're not. Their natural enemy is the Israeli.
Is it?
I just think that they're the only ones who are gonna. They're Muslims.
Nigeria is a mostly Christian country, right?
Nigeria is, but I'm still talking about the
Somalis.
Fucking la with RPGs. What the
Boko
Somalis.
Haram.
Yeah.
Boko Haram.
Yeah. Not Boko Haram. No. the official Coca-Cola of Boko Haram. Wolf Cola.
Yeah, Wolf Cola.
No, I think that's the only group that has any political power. That Omar lady and a couple of those. The squad. We're gonna have to vote for the squad, Taylor, if we want to get some representation that isn't Jewish backed. I mean, Israeli backed.
Exactly. Excellent clarification there.
There's a difference. There's a big difference. I'm not anti-Semitic.
I think I'll just go to not.
I have Jewish friends. I love them.
I'll go back to not voting. That'll just be the solution. It's just fuck it. These people are all horrible.
I mean, your vote doesn't matter anyway. Nobody should vote.
No. And eventually we'll get through this silly little democracy experiment, and then we'll go back to kings.
What would you like a monarchy?
Only if I totally agreed with them. Otherwise, it could be a disaster for me.
No shit. No shit.
I know that's kind of the rub, isn't it? But then there is, and I've mentioned this before, the one like really strong benefit of a monarchy over other forms of governance is like if shit gets totally fucked up in 1200s France, everyone's like, who is to blame for this and these problems being facing us? And they're like, well, it is King Louis. He is the guy at the very top. We should probably go throw a tantrum and see if we can get him out. Like there was somebody to put it on. In other systems, it's like,
who the next guy is going to be. Usually there's an heir and he's being groomed up. But we're saying, Woody, like we're going to get rid of this whole democracy thing. It didn't work out. What's your
we're going Kings mode?
So where do you want to go? What other political system do you want to live under? What do you want to make America into? Taylor, I think, is leaning pretty hard monarchy. I'm thinking full republic.
But I have to pick the king. If I can't pick the king, then it could be a terrible disaster.
You cannot pick the king.
Then I don't know if I like the idea.
He will win. The king is the one who beats all the other pretenders to the throne. There'll be some sort of Civil War battle type thing.
Maybe there's just no good form of government once you reach the critical mass of a number of people.
Your king would be DeSantis, probably. He's probably the one who went, or Rick Scott in that chair. Like it'd be somebody like that.
No, I wouldn't. We would not have a crippled king, and DeSantis in his fuking lifts. That guy is anything but kingly.
I think full republic. I think the citizens should vote on almost everything. You should. There should be like almost every, they'll have like a proposition in your local area. Like vote yes on Prop 40. We're gonna expand the park. It's like, oh, I like that. Everybody gets a little say in this, not just some little bureaucrat.
That's a pure democracy, not a represented democracy. Right?
Okay, that's
voters choose everything.
That's not a republic would be with representatives.
Yeah.
Okay, then pure democracy is what I meant.
Oh, yeah, I'm going the other way.
I want to take it completely out of the hands of the bureaucrats. Like no more bureaucrats.
It's all based on honor and who can win the fist fight. That's how our leaders are decided. Klingons.
No, it seems like
seen it in action. It's
Klingons would bring out a batleth or a katang.
Okay, Woody is just agreeing with my monarchy point.
Combat. Yeah, you know.
And also, I do agree. The monarchy should be the guy should be tough. He should be big and strong and able to intimidate. Like if we had a mountain,
Robert Baratheon,
if we had a Baratheon type, imagine instead of like Trump or Biden or whoever going to face Putin, you've got a guy who looks like
Raja Jackson,
and he's wearing. You've got Raja Jackson.
He shows up in his gray suit.
But like
everybody slams Putin right away.
He shows up in an orange jumpsuit.
That's part of his thing.
Taylor, all the monarchs in history are dainty little pussies, though, because they've all been interbred for the past like 15 generations. So if we want to keep the bloodline pure for the next line, then we have a problem. I think at this point we need to bring scientists in. We can't just allow regular procreation. I think we need a scientifically created perfect monarch at this point.
I think that's
Superman.
That's
why has no one ever thought of this before?
We could create an Ubermensch.
A master group, a master. Come on, something. We'd have like a Superman that we would create from the best of us. We'd have to get rid of a lot of people, though, don't you think?
And we would have special rules so there wouldn't be inbreeding this time.
This was your.
There would be
no Habsburg shit.
No Habsburg jaw. None of that. We start noticing some ugly monarchs. We go, you guys have hit the expiry date. You're out. We're going back to attractive. We want like the John Cena.
This happens naturally with
guy.
my Klingons.
Ooh, John Cena.
I think you and I are mostly on the same page.
What about like in a? I'm going a little bit fictional here. In a world where there are superheroes, mutants, whatever it might be, would you be okay, Taylor? I know that you hate foreigners. Would you be okay with a foreigner from outer space, a Superman from Krypton, who is draped in the American flag, being our president?
I am, because that guy seems pretty tight.
No, fuck that. Look, I 100% side with Lex Luthor and most of the comics. Like some of the comics, he's just jelly.
Isn't he the bad guy?
Yes. Well, freedom fighter or terrorist. It depends where you're standing, right? It's all about perspective.
What is his motivation? I've never watched a superhero
Okay, well, it depends on the comic.
Or what?
Depends on the comic. But consider this. Before a god from another planet showed up, he was the smartest, richest, and like one of the more physically fit humans on the planet. Luthor bitch is like 550 like raw. Luthor is a bad motherfucker, and he's like a super genius, and he's a trillionaire. And then all of a sudden, here comes the son of Krypton, who everyone like fawns over and just immediately trusts. He's a walking hydrogen bomb that with feelings, that gets upset and angry and cries and has emotional outbursts. The idea that you don't have a check and a balance against Kal-El is insane. If this happened in our reality, every major politician, G and fucking Putin and Trump would be in a room like, we got to come up with some kind of a Krypton cannon. Like we need kryptonite cannons. We need kryptonite fucking death rays. We got to do something about this.
Dude, that G
God came from another planet, and he's like bullying us and pushing us around and doing what he wants. He's flying across international.
G's problem, because he's leading America, which means we have Superman. We've got this guy.
Well, that's an interesting. That's one of the best Superman comics ever. It's
Injustice.
It's like red.
Where he's a Soviet.
He's a Soviet. So you have Superman crash land in Stalin's Soviet Russia, and he ends up like working under Stalin, but he's still pure of heart. He's Soviet Superman, and of course it creates this huge imbalance where the West is like, they have a god. There's a fucking communist god over there, and I think at the end of the comic it comes down to the whole world has turned communist except for America, who have like thrown up the fucking shields and the walls. And Superman has to decide whether he's going to force America to be communist, because his idea was always that like they'll see the light, they'll see that our way is best. We don't force them to do. And of course, Stalin is always the devil on his shoulder. And then Stalin dies, and they want Superman to be the leader of the Soviet Union, and it's a very good Superman story. But all I'm saying is that Luthor is only the bad guy because Superman is the main character of the book. If Luthor was the main character of the book, or if you were Luthor, you would 100% understand his point of view. Now, in some of the comics, they just make him like jelly. He's
Yeah, sometimes he's a little too twirly mustache bad guy, but for the most part, he's actually like weirdly relatable, even though he's a quadrillionaire.
Yeah, the voice of reason, because it's like, whoa, that
sounds
guy
like he could
fly?
make a good king if it's not one of the
He becomes president
where he's a mean guy.
He becomes president in many of the issues.
How about this?
Yeah.
Superman is here, or a Superman, because I guess anyone from Krypton can be Superman with our son, right? And he's going to take charge, but he's a dwarf.
Fuck.
Because that says to me,
sausage fingers.
Yes.
Does he have the little voice?
He has a little voice.
People of Earth, hear me.
He's like a littler.
Does he have the bad hips? So like when
he's got that dwarf hip dysplasia like old labs get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he like limps up to the stage. I'd
be like, I can't afford to respect this guy. I don't even care that he flies. He's tiny.
Dude,
like
yeah, I wouldn't like that at all. I think if I were Superman, I would try to rule the world, but I wouldn't want to create like a world war. I would want my own country. I would need like a Superman style Vatican so that I could be fair and impartial to the whole world.
You could probably use the
Doom.
Vatican.
That's what Dr. Doom does.
Kick you out. I would just take the Vatican. It would look awesome.
Well, I think there's like 1 billion people that are going to hate me if I take the Vatican away from the Pope.
I'm going to show them all the rare bones and
the holy prepuce. Yeah, I'm going to dig that holy prepuce out
every little bit. But you're right. That would be.
So Woody doesn't know about the holy prepuce.
Well, I'm familiar with prep use. You do it before sex shows to avoid HIV.
Exactly, little prep use. That's prep.
I see a lot of commercials for that on sports now for some reason. Like there's a bunch of gay guys watching in the NFL.
We have billboards for it here. It's like, don't get AIDS in your ass. Take prep.
I told you I knew what I was talking about.
It's one of those moving billboards too, so it's awful to look at.
Remember the old moving billboards where it was like where it was physical turning of those like little triangles, and it would flip into the new picture. I always liked those because you could always identify like, oh, that one's kind of broken. The picture doesn't look right.
No, the holy prepuce, for those who don't know, is Jesus Christ's foreskin, and there's varying accounts on whether it rose to heaven when he rose to heaven after his resurrection, or many Catholics believe, and several popes have claimed to be in possession of the holy prepuce. And I read the other day that it is supposedly held in the Vatican archives, along with they uncovered some church that had supposedly the original cross that Jesus was crucified on. There were 3 crosses, and they took the one in the middle. And apparently, they have the part in the Vatican archives that says like Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Hebrews, or something on some plaque or something like that. They claim to have had that, and they said that. Of course, part of the legend was they brought a sick woman in and they exposed her to each of the 3 crosses to figure out which one was the good one, and she was healed by the cross of Christ.
That's pretty cool. I mean, if they had something like that. Which if there was a church that had that, it would be the Catholics. They have been around since then. But like, why wouldn't you that seems like a big seller. Like that shouldn't be in a basement somewhere. You should be like, hey boys, right next to this guy's fucking holy bones and this crazy elaborate building we're in is the cross. Like you would put that out to show.
And that's the tip of Jesus' dick right there. You want to sniff it?
Some pope was using it as a bookmark, 600 years ago.
One of the popes grounded in a powder.
They should be keeping it in a hospital to cure all the sick people.
Well, it's got like it's like a sort of a recharge.
You gotta recharge the man on it. The amount of stories that I heard, like from when I was a kid, I was born hardcore Catholic. Like I was an altar kid, never molested. Just to clarify, I always have to tell people that. Nice. Yeah. Of like people traveling.
Because you looked old.
Yeah.
They didn't want your hairy ass.
Yeah. The amount of stories that I heard of people traveling like hundreds of miles to see a holy chip because the Virgin Mary has appeared on a Pringles chip. Like a dime a dozen. Weirdly, in Latin America, they travel.
They can't get it. That only happens in Latin America. They're addicted to it.
Be that way. They're addicted to the Virgin Mary appearing in like a pancake that they just made for breakfast, and now that's curing things.
I mean, whatever works.
Cheese.
Whatever works. You may think this is because I'm bad at cooking pancakes, but it's actually it's actually the Lord.
Isn't there? Aren't they also hiding the existing bloodline of Jesus Christ, like the direct descendants?
That's a theory as well.
Is that her or the Virgin? It's her, right?
No, in the chip, that's the Virgin Mary.
Oh, are you telling me that's not a self-portrait?
No, that is the Virgin Mary.
It looks.
I see it. I see it.
It looks more like a flapper girl. Like
I see the boomer.
It does look like a flapper girl.
Yeah, like that hair, that kind of like 20s look.
What
is this? What kind of chip is this? What is this?
That looks like a tortilla. I think it's a tortilla. I think it's a tortilla.
Just pour it all up. Okay.
Listen, at this point, I don't even blame these people because I'm pretty sure there was a Cheeto that looked like a Charizard that sold for like $100,000.
Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, some guy woke up the next morning like, what did I buy? Oh,
he ate it. Somebody need to work on that lady's makeup. That was rough. It was black lipstick. What was it?
I thought she was trying to look like the chip. She's
like
I got
Friday
something going
abs.
here. Tomorrow, I'm breaking out the black lipstick.
I don't think that's I don't think you should be buying chips because I've also seen Elvis Presley chips being sold where people are like, this looks exactly like Elvis Presley. And then someone buys it for $8,000. It's crazy.
I kind of just put together, I'm telling everyone they're wrong about facial recognition. So maybe this isn't the area I should stand tall.
That would be a fun game to
Zach,
set up.
this Cheeto does look remarkably like a Charizard. That's
$87,000 is what that Cheeto sold for.
How is that one piece?
that's the craziest Cheeto shape I've ever
Can
seen.
we see it, Zach? Oh, thank you.
It looks like Charizard.
If you say
it looks
so.
like a dragon with wings.
That's what Charizard is.
Charizard is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason they put them on. Why does that say stage 2 at the top left? It's like they're trying to do like a chip version of Charmeleon.
It says 120 HP.
Maybe that's the standard amount of hit points for Charizard. I don't know. Put Cheetozard on a stage 1. Yeah. This is the one that's worth a bunch now, right? I think.
That first edition Shadowless Charizard, I think it's like just like $500,000 pretty standardly. There was an episode of Pawn Stars where a guy brought in like 50 of these about 8 years ago. And he wanted $100,000 for all of them. And of course, classic Pawn Stars like, no, I'll give you $5 on a handshake, pal. Had he actually purchased all of those Charizards, he would have been looking at like millions of dollars of profit just from buying this dude's Charizards. But the guy held on. He still has these Charizards to this day.
Good for him.
That Charizard is 5'7", 200 pounds.
That
bitch.
Dude,
simultaneously like small as fuck and needs a diet.
Yes, this is something that even as a kid, Woody, upset me. And I had to create my own head canon for a lot of Pokemon because on the cards, exactly like that, I'd be like, Charizard's 5'7"? No, he's not. There's a Pokemon called Onix, who is a giant rock snake. It's a snake made of rocks that's like 25 feet long. And the Japanese guy who made the card was like, oh, what kind of makes sense as far as like size? I say he 28 feet long rock snake and that he weigh 600 pounds. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. It should be thousands of pounds because it's a snake
all
made
boulders.
of gold.
Just the outside is rock, though.
No, it's solid rock.
How is it? That doesn't make any sense, Taylor.
Believe.
He can't be solid rock. How would his digestive system work? How would it?
It doesn't. It's
blood
a rock.
still
Rocks.
I never saw him fed.
It's rock on the outside, clearly. And your Charizard there, 5'7" makes sense. It's 5'7" to like the top of his back, probably. Like you can see he's all hunched over. Like he's 5'7" tall, but he's like 7 feet long.
Okay, here's a good.
See, there he is all stretched out. That's a better look for him, I think.
All right, here's a. I prefer the bigger Machamp there too. Machamp was sick.
Oh, he's smaller in the animated.
I didn't like the small Haunter. Haunter was neat.
That guy looks familiar.
Snorlax. He was always great. You just play that little flute. Yeah, they did make him gigantic in the animated series.
Okay,
But
that's huge. 52 feet.
Yeah, it's the one in the Pokedex, which is like the game, the one on the left, 28 feet, 10 inches. And I'm looking at a card right now. They said 463 pounds for a rock snake that's 28 feet long. That's retarded. If 7-year-old me was able to identify this as an issue, it's an issue. Look at that. And also, this is a disappointing thing. The giant rock snake is unusably weak and bad. Terrible in the video games. I was so upset by that. I watched the animated series and I wanted to catch an Onyx so bad because Brock made him look so hardcore. And then you tried to use an Onyx. I'm sure you did this too, Santi. And you're like, oh, okay, well, this guy's just slow and horrible and is weak to like 11 different types.
It says here that a 28-foot snake would weigh 500 pounds.
Yes,
a regular snake.
And our snakes, yeah, it's made of snake meat, and this is made of granite.
So what's the diameter of the snake, Taylor? Because I have the answer here.
Of the Onyx? Oh, I don't know. I would guess it's always drawn with like a bunch of balls of rock connected, and so I don't know what the diameter would be.
Can you throw something out there between 3 and 12 inches?
It's got to be more than that. What are they saying?
More than 12 inches?
For diameter? Oh yeah, it's got to be like feet, like 4 feet.
That's what I'm imagining.
28 feet, 4 feet wide. That seems too. They're long and narrow.
Zach,
this thing is like
the head.
Is a small Godzilla made of rock and is a snake.
It's
Zach,
tapered.
bring up my picture again. Yeah, and you can kind of see a little more because, like, that's another thing with Onyx is it doesn't have snake proportions. The head and the body are so big and girthy, and it doesn't match up to the total length of it. So, like, if this thing did exist, it would seem short and it would be heavy as fuck. Like,
well, Jesus, using this formula, if it was 28 foot by 12 inches, it would weigh 3,775 pounds.
Okay.
Assuming ChatGPT is worth a darn. I don't know.
Well, then it should easily be like 10,000 pounds because if that's 28 feet long, it looks like that head is what? 5 feet, 8 feet, or it's got to be 6 feet across if that's 28 feet long.
No,
that's
it's not about
itself.
All right, look at the length of it and imagine about a fourth. That is not the diameter of the head.
Okay, maybe it was like 5 feet across.
Okay.
Look at it. That's a gigantic head.
This is
crucial math.
There's nothing for scale here.
But we know that it's 28 feet long.
That weird grass in the background. Is he on a cliff? What is this?
You don't need a scale. It's 28 feet 10 inches long.
I don't know what this picture is.
Okay, I suppose, but I still need I need a fucking slide ruler or something to figure out diameter.
I thought it was like a slice shot of it like being underground doing rock snake things.
No, it's levitating. It's like standing on its like.
Yeah,
tail.
I picture
it's
like
all
a cobra,
tail, but it's
yeah.
This is a terrible artwork. I don't care for it. Reason number 87 why I didn't get into your silly card game.
Yeah,
I never got into the card game. The video games are good.
I don't even know where I would play that video game.
He's an alpha nerd.
On your Game Boy in 1997 on road trips.
I had Tetris. I played Tetris. That's all I had.
Oh, that's so much worse.
Pokemon
at least had a story you could keep engaged for a super long road trip. You only stopped playing when the batteries for your Game Boy and the batteries for that ridiculous clip-on light, because they weren't backlit back then. When that thing died, there was nothing more frustrating than like driving at night as a little kid on a road trip and your Game Boy still has juice, but your light dies and you're like trying to angle it, and then you get bold and you turn on the overhead light, and then your dad's like, "You trying to fucking kill us?" And then
you were rich. You had the light.
The idea that the interior light in a car,
yeah,
like impaired the driver's ability to do what he's doing is this lie that they tell. It still hurts my feeling. My father used to take me fishing. We go out on a boat in the bay in Ocean City, and he absolutely had me convinced that if I talked at all, that we'd scare the fish away. And I realized literally like 2 years ago, Pistilli told me He's like, yeah, your dad just didn't want to hear you. And I'm like,
Oh.
wow. Like, so many hours of me just shutting the heck up because he did not want to talk to me. Like, okay, that happened.
You son of a gun. We could have chatted about life.
I vibe with Kyle's Tetris comment there. I think Tetris is the greatest video game of all time. It is perfection. There is nothing wrong with Tetris. There is no need to make Tetris better. And if you want to see something that'll blow your fucking mind, watch the Tetris World Championships. You think chess people are impressive? The Tetris people will blow your fucking mind. They've gotten to the point, by the way, they still play on like an original NES system. They have somehow discovered a trick to move the objects across the screen much faster by turning the controller upside down and tapping it like pa-da-da, da-da-da, with their fingers, and it's somehow they're fanning. They're fanning the back of the controller. They found this strategy to move the pieces at superhuman levels. They're still becoming better at Tetris nowadays, and to me that's impressive.
It's incredibly impressive. But then again, I'm impressed by a guy who's so good at Snake he fills up the whole board.
That's hard. I'm impressed.
That is really hard. I'm more impressed at people that are good at those types of games than I am impressed by like a professional Call of Duty player. I obviously I played a lot of Call of Duty, and I've seen like the Scumps of the world, and like, oh my God, yes, you are a god. But fucking, I think his name is Jeff Chen in Tetris. That is just significantly more impressive. I find that maybe like in Call of Duty, there is maybe this feeling of like, I think I could do that. But when I see the Tetris guy do his thing, there is a gap where I know I'm physically incapable of ever being able to do what that guy is doing.
That's an interesting point. Like the best version of me on my best day ever was probably equal to Scump for a whole 2-3 minutes in a row. Like I've had stretches where I was just the super me. I have never equaled those Tetris people at all, even close.
Should see the professional yo-yo players. They're fucking crazy too.
I watched the thing about this guy the other day. He's a 40-something-year-old Street Fighter player in a professional, and it's in a game where apparently, the younger you are, the better. And he's just an absolute showman. He's doing all sorts of splits and like doing the Running Man and dancing and getting wacky on stage. And he plays the worst character in the game, this giant fat character
Hugo
that can't do anything. But he's like played it so much. He's a gangster at it. I watched
this guy rocks.
I watched a great video about this guy coming back and winning.
I saw the same one, I bet. Yeah,
probably so.
Yeah, he's got this clap move, and he's really good at spacing. I mean, all the characters are meant to be balanced, but in reality, they're not. Right?
Yeah,
this guy makes a bad one work, and he has an advantage in that other players aren't used to facing him. So he's facing, I'll make it up, Ryu constantly, but people don't face Hugo.
Yeah. I never watched fighting game tournaments. I always assumed like they had a draft of sorts where like they kind of were forced to play all different characters to show like, oh, you're just good at the game. You have to play.
There's some tournaments
just pick a character and play a whole tournament with the same character.
So there are some tournaments where the rules allow your opponent to veto a character. Where like, I don't want to play against Ryu. Right. So then your opponent can play as any other characters they want except Ryu. But that to me, those are usually like lower tier tournaments. You want to see the best of the best. You want to see like the best player pick the best character that he's best with. But many tournaments do have a veto system.
Yeah. I mean, that's how RTS tournaments work. And so I assume that's how all the other ones, because like when I watch AOE tournaments, it'll be like, Hera bans Portuguese Bohemians, blah, 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 all these ones. And so his opponent can't pick that. And then his opponent in return bans the things he anticipates him using to success. And although there's 50 civs in that game. So like there are a lot of bans.
We would always do picks and bans. Like pick 5 civs that you would like to play and 5 civs that you don't want anyone to play or whatever. Because you get rid of all the unbalanced shit.
Yeah. Especially if there's like as all these games are, like it feels like there's always some cheese meta where, you know, they rebalance and something is kind of missed in the crossfire, and then it's like, oh, we didn't mean for Ryu to become this powerful because we overlooked how like this frame rate delay for his character would actually make him like unblockable in his jab or whatever the fuck it is.
Or in Civ, we ban civs that are early game attack civs, like Mongolians or maybe Egyptians with chariots or something like that. Someone that's going to come at you super early and be difficult and ruin the game.
There are card games like Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, where the company itself that made the cards, they made a super overpowered card where they have to come to Jesus and realize, all right, this is banned. I know we made the card. I know it's intended to do this, but we accidentally broke the game. And because this isn't the video game where we can go in and patch it, this card's just not allowed.
Winota. Yeah. Well, they do that not only because I'm sure sometimes they actually make a mistake and you're like, oh, this is kind of meta breaking, but it's also like now they got to buy something else. They don't. It's not like they refund your money for those cards that are now banned, you know, or let you exchange them for new cards.
They kind of should.
They should, or they'll insult you and be like, at least in MTG Arena, the online version, like they will retroactively change the card because it's online, and so like you'll build a whole deck around the Meat Hook Massacre enchantment, and then you're just like, oh man, this deck is killing it, this is great, and then they make an announcement on their website where it's like, actually so sorry, but now that everyone's bought this card to build decks around because it's a super fun card to use, we're actually just going to retroactively change what the card does. So you still own it, it's just like not gonna do any of the things you bought it for. And it's like, okay, so if you would have released this card in its current text that you've adapted it to, no one would have gone bananas over it, but everyone's bought it now, everyone's got it, and they had like 2-3 weeks of fun, and now it's, you know, just retconned. It's very
one of my favorite things that happens in these games is when they release a card like 10 years ago that all of a sudden, because of a technicality, becomes relevant like 15 years later. Like, for example, this isn't an actual example, but like to give something that could be realistic, there might have been a card like 15 years ago of a deck of like the Magical Warriors deck, and it might be a card that's like, you pull it, it's a spell card. You can look and add any monster with the word magical in its name to your hand, or any card with the word magical to your hand. All right, that works at searching the magical deck because you have a bunch of cards that start with the word magical. But then 15 years go by and all of a sudden some god card that happens to have the word magical that was never supposed to be comboed or be used with the deck from 15 years ago, all of a sudden is some meta breaking card, but it's supposed to be hard to get, but you can go to the card from 15 years ago, add that to your deck, and now all of a sudden you have a card that allows you to find this card that has the word magical in it that was never intended to combo. But the rule said, if it's got the word magical in it, it works.
And that's great. That's one of the fun things about trading card games like Magic is you will find little loopholes like that as the game progresses, because I don't know how Yu-Gi-Oh works. I've never played or had any Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but in Magic, the kind of rule of thumb or the understood reality of the game is everything is so broken that nothing is broken. Like there's, oh, your opponent is playing some really annoying infinite combo. Well, I guarantee there's another infinite combo that destroys everything he was trying to do, or some nonsense combo that was never intended. And so, you know, you should have used that against it. Speaking of, this just made me think of the trading card thing. Dick Masterson, friend of the show, and also Vito Gesualdi, who he and Dick do the Biggest Problem in the Universe podcast together. They've both been on here, funny guys. I saw a highlight because I really don't follow their show closely, but Dick made a bit where he was like, Vito, fans are sending in, like, Vito's like addicted to nerd shit, like figurines and like trading cards and stuff. And Dick was like, hey, a lot of fans are sending in rare cards or nonsense, or what are those goofy little Funko Pops?
Funko Pops.
Yeah, they're sending stuff in, and so then at the end of every episode, Dick started a bit called Vito's Booty, where he dresses like a pirate and he puts one of the things that the viewers sent in a treasure box, and Vito can either get on a scale because he's a fat guy and say what he weighs to the audience. And if he gets on the scale and weighs himself, he receives the gift. If he says, I will not get on the scale, then Dick burns or destroys in front of him whatever
Violently with a hammer.
And apparently there's a character called Mother's Milk in in Black Panther or The Boys. Is that right? Oh, okay. I didn't even know. But apparently that's like the most. Vito did not like getting a ton of Mother's Milk Funko Pops. And so for like 12 weeks in a row, he's like, I guess I'll get on the scale. And Dick's like, here you go. Another Mother's Milk Funko Pop. And he like tricked Vito into where one week Dick was like, so Vito, you going to hop on the scale? You know, Vito's Booty, you going to get what's in the box? And Vito's like, no, I'm not going to do it this time. I'm you just destroy whatever's in the box this week. And then Vito was like, or Dick was like, all right, well, the first thing is a Mother's Milk Funko Pop. And the second thing is an artist signed Gaia's Cradle $900 magic card. And immediately Vito is like nerd panic. He's like, no, I'll get on the scale. I'm so sorry. I'll get on the scale. And he makes Vito sit there and watch as Dick in a pirate outfit being like, well, it doesn't seem that rare to me. He lights it on fire and he just burned a $900 magic card in front of him. And the whole time Vito's like, wow, how could you do this? And he's like, you should have got on the scale. You could have got on the scale. You could have showed us how much you weigh.
Jesus.
That cracked me up. Oh, it was the most intense like nerd panic and fear I had ever seen in my life. Like a cartoonish level of no. As soon as he pulled the card out.
Has he ever released his comic that he's been promising for the past like 4.5 years?
I saw that he did release it. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't read it or anything. I'm not a big comics guy, but I think he's released it because it's been years now. I remember we had him on for the first time a few years ago and he was talking about it. And then when we had him on like 8 months ago, he was like, Woody followed up and was like, how's the comic going? And he's like,
I was totally
being you were good faith.
Provide a platform where he would brag about his success and what issue he was on. Like that's what was in my head. It didn't go like that.
Yeah, and then he was like, "Well, not." And Woody's like, it's been years." It's still
the problem
I guess he's
with
got
him,
it out now. So
I didn't know he had it out, but like the problem because I followed those guys and I do watch that show is that I think he would purposely self-sabotage because he was afraid specifically of Dick Masterson reading the comic and roasting it. I think that he would constantly push back release dates, say, this artist in Brazil, they got this like pixel that absolutely nobody will notice wrong. So we had to restart everything and now we're back 9 months. I just genuinely think because Dick is so fucking mean to Vito that he was just scared to release the comic because because Dick would just make fun of it.
I think that's realistic. And like that would be a scary guy to have like ready to critique your art and your writing because Dick is a very gifted writer. He knows like he's not going to come with writing critique like, oh, this is all gay and lame and you suck. Like it's going to be stuff that probably hurts. Like this is phrased incorrectly. This isn't organized right. The plot through line. There's no incentive for this character here. There's too many comments from the back, like whatever it is. And so like that would be intimidating. It's like, fuck, I can't even write this off as though he doesn't know what he's talking about because he does.
There comes a point though where like if I want to show somebody something, I don't really want your feedback. I just want you to like blindly say, yeah, I like it. The project is done. I'm not going to change it. You can give the greatest feedback ever, but this is it. This is what's coming out.
And also it's like, you know, it's his first comic, right? So I would imagine like
It'll be imperfect.
That's part of the it's gonna be imperfect, of course.
Well, it was through Vito that I learned that there's some sort of like comic book YouTube cartel of all of these YouTubers trying to release comics with one another, because they got into some giant beef with a guy named Eric July that ended up getting to like levels of like litigation over beef about their comics.
Which is absurd. I didn't know the online comic game was that serious, but these people are very, very serious.
They're very serious about it. Yeah.
I've never read a comic. I don't know anything about that world.
I've read The Walking Dead. Okay, maybe this is a comic, but I've never read a physical comic. I've never sat down and I'm like, I'm going to read Superman issue, whatever. But I have sat down and read the entirety of the Walking Dead comic, like online. But that is the... Yeah, that
you just super into The Walking Dead and you wanted to know what's next.
Yeah. Well, I did that with the Game of Thrones books. Fuck me for thinking that he would finish before he would die. But
that fat idiot.
But I did it because I was a big Walking Dead fan. I'm like, I want to see what happens next. Luckily, the story of the books is so different from the show, so it ultimately didn't spoil too much. But I still have hope, man, about the world of Ice and Fire. I still have hope that this piece of shit, this lazy asshole, I'm so mad at him, even though he's created my favorite world, that he will maybe finish this.
Let me tell you what the move would be. Let me tell you what the move would be to redeem everything. It seemingly for like 9 years or something, he's been working on the next book, Winds of Winter or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think I know he's released, I don't know the exact number anymore, but like half a dozen, maybe even a dozen chapters. I've seen him read full chapters from Winds of Winter at Comic-Con and places like that. Very, very nice of him. That's cool shit. That would get me to show up if I was a super fan. But what if he revealed that not only has he written Winds of Winter, but he's got the last book too?
Ooh, Dream of Spring, Bang Bang
came out. Yeah. What if he's like, you get Winds of Winter in December, you get whatever, I don't know, Feast for Crows or whatever the last one's called. I don't remember. Like in July.
Dream of Spring. Yeah.
Like you can pre-order them in a bundle right now for twice as much or something like that. Limited, like that would fully redeem him if he was like, I've been eating shit for the last decade.
Literally.
I'm not a slow writer. I've written them both. Plus a third book that was unannounced. I've got all three will be coming out. Like that would redeem him fully. But
dude, that would be a drop of the mic moment. People would go fucking crazy and everyone would get down on their knees and apologize.
But instead what he does, he releases these statements where he's like, I know you want me to write the thing I'm most known for, the thing that 5 million of you used to show up for every week. But no, I'm interested in lots of things. I'm interested in video games. I'm making an Elden Ring movie. I'm gonna do an Ewok story for Disney. I'm writing an erotic novel based in the Game of Thrones universe, but 5,000 years prior. It's just elf pussy, nothing but elf pussy. He said something like that, where he's like, I'm interested in lots of stuff, and I know that you want me to do this one thing, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, he got dunked on. Yeah, he got dunked on hard by fans. Taylor, I know that you invested most of your intellectual points in the nerdom of Lord of the Rings, and that has paid off because Lord of the Rings, that world is still beloved to this day, bastardized a little bit. I put all of my points into the world of Ice and Fire, like all of them. I got I know every single little house in the north. I know what houses belong to what fucking warden, who reacts to who, the lore between them for the past like 700 years. I invested into all of that.
It's great lore. Like it's
but
really
it hasn't
paid
off, man.
Universe.
The fucking show ruined. Like I watched the ending of that show, and I knew
he's not going to finish it, dude. Like,
I know he's not going to finish it, but I'm just so upset that I invested so much time in learning what might end up being fucking useless in the long term. I want to have what you have, Taylor. Knowledge of a beloved franchise that you can pull out at any moment.
Of the hill.
Yeah, that people respect it. Like Taylor has this incredible knowledge that I'm jealous of. No one is jealous of my World of Ice and Fire knowledge.
It's because Lord of the Rings ended well.
Yes.
And so like it was a story that ended, which is a big part of stories ending.
Really?
And yeah, Game of Thrones.
It ended 4 fucking times, bro. Let's be real. It ended, then it ended again and again and again. That thing the screen went all white. It came back for another 10 minutes. Then it went all black, and it came back for another 10 minutes. He's like, yeah, it didn't make sense.
There was a little bit of a fake out, and the Scourge of the Shire, admittedly, was interesting, but also it was like, we can't have a culmination of world-saving events and then invest more care in a much smaller regional conflict. Like it does.
Yeah, that didn't belong.
It doesn't flow very well. But I understand why he did it. You know,
they if anything, well, it doesn't make sense with the way the trilogy ends. But like, if there was some Amazon show about the is it the Scourging of the Shire?
Mm-hmm.
I'd watch the season of that. Like if you were just watching, like, if it began with Aragorn being crowned king and him saying, "You bow to no one," and then kind of goes forward chronologically from there, I'd be down for that. Ending with the Scourging of the Shire, but then you also have Saruman being killed off at the beginning of Return of the King.
Yeah,
so
that wouldn't work. So they'd have to like be leaning,
which is better. He just did
Grima.
It better. Look, I read the books twice. I'm sure you've read them more. You definitely know more than I do. But I like Peter Jackson's version in that regard way better. I like his ending better, and I like his ending for Saruman better. I like Saruman getting his comeuppance in the extended edition, falling with the Palantir, coming out of his pocket.
I like
Wormtongue.
In the way he
wish
did.
Grima had been redeemed fully.
No, there was no redeeming that guy. He was.
I wish they had been like, "Nice one, Grima. Come on down. We've got salted pork." And he's like, "Salted pork." And like,
even his killing of Saruman wasn't fully. It wasn't like I realized the wrong I've committed. It was maybe I can pull a parachute here, and they'll give me a little bit of good. He was angry because he was brought in on the wrong.
Yo, what's the matter,
side.
Rohan? Come down and what do you say? Not be redeemed, but something like that. But
and
then,
he wouldn't be redeemed. They would have had to kill that guy.
Saruman is like, "Kuh!" and like backhands him, and it's like he's like rage that makes him do the killing. So I guess maybe he's not redeemed because of that alone. But like, I kind of wanted Grima. I love that actor. It's Brad Dourif. I kind of wanted him to have that Theoden-like moment where, since Saruman was dead, he like got his skin tone back, because the man looks like he's like greenish blue, like a corpse. Mm-hmm. Like he looks so gross. I wanted him to like get a suntan suddenly. Yeah. Like he like the evil that he's embodying is transforming him physically almost.
I like that when, like, it was very funny to see what a ghoul Grima is initially in the Two Towers when you're introduced to him and he's like whispering to Theoden, and there's still like employees walking around with like mead and apples and stuff, and no one's like, dude, this guy's fucking changed since that weirdo.
Is his name Wormtongue? That's his last name?
No. Oh my god, dude, someone's got to get on the fucking ball here. Like, get this under control, because this guy's clearly bad. We tell him like, hey, do you want to send troops to fight the orcs back? And Grima's like, you can't spare them. It's like, okay, well. Anyway, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors now before we pop back to our wonderful discussions.
Okay.
This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2025 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to get your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And as always, the tadalafil.
Make
So Kyle recommended. That's what Woody and I have used. Kyle didn't lead us wrong, and he wouldn't lead you wrong. So BlueChew.com.
Dick better for free.
Mm-hmm.
What's stopping you?
$5 in shipping. You guys, you can swing $5 in shipping to see if your dick can reach new heights. So check it out, guys. BlueChew.com, code PKA. Also, be sure to go to GorillaMind.com and buy yourself a little bit of lock and load, folks. Code PKA or code Jizz gets you 10% off. There's a reason we're the hottest cum enhancing supplement literally on earth. It's because we're the only one that's actually working. If you see a cum supplement that's like, take this tiny little fucking baby aspirin once a day, it's not going to do anything. Guess what? You want gains? You're going to have to be gulping. It's 3 horse pills in the morning and 3 horse pills at night. And that's because it's efficacious. We could have filled it with nonsense.
They're not that big.
They're big enough to be like, wow, there's a lot of pills.
But one of them's not that big, but 6 is
it's filling. You know how you can tell that we set this up efficaciously? It's because there's calories on it. That's how much shit we got in these boys. And so check it out. Lock and load. Use code PKA. Use code Jizz. And obviously, Lock and Load is the grand poobah of the products over there, in our opinion. But also, you need energy drinks, weight loss supplements, protein powder, protein bars, anything over there. You can still get 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz. And if you want our merchandise, follow the link in the description. Use code PKA10 to get 10% off hoodies, t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, mugs, stickers. People love stickers. For years now, I've seen stickers of Joe Biden or like Trump on gas stations. Maybe we start vandalizing gas stations. We do not recommend that you vandalize gas stations. But anyway, check it out. Use code PKA10 for 10% off.
I like that idea.
And back to the show.
I want stickers now. I'm a bit of a vandal.
You're a bit of a miscreant. You think?
People have said so, yeah.
What's the most expensive thing you've vandalized, Woody, in your life? Did you ever tag anything? Did you ever scratch into anything? Even if it's just as simple as you scratch your name into a desk or something? Did you ever properly vandalize something?
Are you thinking of something, Kyle?
Oh, I got some good ones. Yeah.
I want to hear Kyle's now.
Why don't you take over while I think?
All right. So I was in a certain state on a certain night, and the hotel had a big ass fountain out front. So we went to Walmart and got like a ton of Mr. Bubble, and we poured it into the fountain and destroyed the inner workings of the fountain. Like the motor filter system was ruined for thousands of dollars. But that night, it was really cool. There were so many bubbles. It looked like something from a movie. It made so much bubbles. And then another time when I was 17 or 18, maybe just had turned 18 on spring break, or maybe a senior trip. Same difference, really, though. Me and my buddy threw a, that thing when you go to a hotel and they put your luggage on it, the bellhop pushes it.
Yeah.
Those are very heavy. So we threw that off like the 14th floor. And at the bottom, they had
shit.
It was one of those hotels that's shaped like the letter O. And so in the middle, there's a hollow spot. So and there's you can all look down through the balconies and all the way to the bottom. And in the bottom of the O, there was like a courtyard with these concrete benches where people, like a patio type thing. The thing hit that and it all exploded. Like not with fireballs, but with just shrapnel flying everywhere. And so we destroyed the luggage cart and the concrete patio set down below. And I think they valued it at like $3,000. Because my buddy, he took the full rap, and his dad drove all the way from Northeast Georgia to Panama City, Florida, and picked his ass up in the middle of the trip and drove him all the way back home without speaking a word to him. He said,
"How old are we talking here, by the way?"
18.
Okay,
18. The hotel had him taking out the garbage and like working for them, doing like slave jobs to start earning the money back. And so I just remember we were all, me and the two girls, like my girl and his girl, were going to get them tattoos. They were getting like one of them was getting like a dolphin on her ass or something. and he was taking the garbage out. He was like carrying big bags of garbage and like throwing them in the dumpster. And we were like, they got you taking the garbage out, huh? He's like, yeah, they're paying me $8 an hour. That goes against the money I owe. A year later, he was still paying that off because his parents wouldn't help him. He was just having to, I think they paid it, but then he owed them and he was still like working that money off.
Good Lord.
Worst thing I ever vandalized. I was a dick and I feel bad about it, but I was 19 years old. I was on a swim trip in my collegiate swim team would have winter training, and we'd go to where there's a 50-meter pool, which is a little more swimming to flip turn ratio, and get into good shape. Anyway, the hotel, we were on, I don't know, 14th story, something like that. And the other people on the swim team were throwing cans of drinks, soda, beer, I'm not sure, into the pool. And at 14 stories, when it hit the pool, the can would break and it made kind of an interesting effect and whatever. And I threw one like way up high in the air, as like high as I could, throwing and catching like a swimmer should. I missed the pool entirely, and it went past the pool and landed on somebody's car, like the trunk or something. And this is a can from great height. I'm sure it scratched it and possibly dented it. I don't know if the dent would pop back out. And everyone around me was like, bro, that's not cool. Like, yeah, it's even less cool with the way you guys are reacting.
They did you no favors here.
Yeah, they didn't cut me any slack on that, and that's
actually how we got caught with the luggage rack thing, because like there was no way to know that we threw the luggage cart off, but except that the same night we had been throwing empty liquor bottles off our balcony down to the pool below. And they had just smashed everywhere down there.
Oh no!
So they were responding to that, and Boone took the rap. It was all good. We were talking about things we vandalized. Highest dollar amounts. I ruined a fountain at a Holiday Inn one time, and I also we filled it up with Mr. Bubble. And then I also
well, that's not ruined. That's they can fix it.
No, the next day at breakfast, like we got word
it's ruined.
Someone ruined the pump and filter system. Like it ruined it.
Oh,
they
no.
said there were. I think we spoke to the workers who were fixing it. We're like, hey, what are you doing?
What happened here?
What happened? Like,
you're all sudsy.
They like shampoo hair. Like, what happened?
What could it be?
So I don't have anything anywhere near that expensive. I just asked the question. I thought it was going to be tiny little things. You guys fucking knocked it out of the park with that question.
Yeah.
I think like the most heinous thing that I did was at nighttime, we went back to our school, me and my buddies, and we cut the ball from all the tetherball poles because you're just fucking being assholes.
Yeah.
But the only one where I'm like, oh, we caused damage is there was a portion in like the neighborhood that we lived in. We lived in this enclosed, like subsidized housing. And there was this woman that was growing tomatoes. So we would hop her fence and we would steal like a bunch of tomatoes already, dickhead move number one.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then we would use those tomatoes to like huck them at cars that were driving by.
Man.
No, you weren't eating them.
How old were you again?
This is like 9.
31.
Like I'm young. I'm 9. I'm 9.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm 9 to 12, somewhere in there.
I did this a little later in life. My cousin's like it's stupid. My cousin's stepdad my cousin's step grandpa, however the fuck that all works. Someone in the family was somewhat close with, or at least
Are you even related?
No, not me. I'm not. No.
It's just a guy.
It's just a guy. but my cousin was there. That's why it's relevant. So he's like, Paul runs a tomato stand, and they've got like a bushel of rotten tomatoes. We can just go get them. And I'm like, well, let's go get them. And so we had like a 5-gallon bucket full of. They weren't rotten, like so gross you wouldn't touch them. They were just soft. And so like we went around hitting houses with them. Instead of egging houses, we matered them.
Yeah.
And of course, the whole time we're like doing our like Larry the Cable Guy voice is talking about matering houses and just tickling each other to death. Like, I'm gonna mater that house real good. Oh yeah, I'm gonna mater it up too. and like the three of us, like we were actually matering people's houses we knew because that seemed less like diabolical. So
Sure.
it would be like, oh, we're gonna go
It's
get
like
Ron.
TPing, you know. You're not just
That's
picking
how
a
we
random
saw it.
house.
The
Yeah.
guy lived in a trailer though, so a mater hitting the side of that trailer, I could throw, boom, 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 and you time it so that all three of you start. You're like 1, 2, 3, now, and then you start heaving your armful of maters as fast as you can. 3 men honking maters, you can get 30 down range in like 12 seconds,
Yeah.
and then it's a sprint to the car. We also did this thing where I would go to the fireworks store in South Carolina because Georgia didn't sell fireworks back then. And I'd get one of those rolls of firecrackers. You know, it's they're rolled up in sort of
the shitty ones,
like a tuna can looking shape. And you know, 400 thing of firecrackers would be like $11 or something, maybe less.
the ones that looked like a bandolier.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I would leave them rolled up, and there was this kid that I had beef with, and I put it on his doorstep of his parents' house, and then I took a cigarette and and then pinched the cigarette off of the butt and then stuck that onto the fuse. So the cigarette was going to burn down and make an extra long fuse, and then sprinting out of his yard down the road. Cause we've parked like 1/8 of a mile away, sprinting down the road. The darkness is fully encompassing me now. His yard lights are far behind me. And I just hear, I'm just like,
Got him.
Dude,
got him.
so,
We did
with
pumpkin smashing when I was like
that's classic.
13 or so,
We
and it
stole
was
the
in my friend's neighborhood, like Halloween or like October. We were at my friend's house and it was a bunch of us, and so we were going around pumpkin smashing, which is just using a big hammer, or if you're not the person with the hammer, you just pick up the pumpkin and slam it, and you just pumpkin smash. And we were all having a fun time. And then one of my buddies was like, I'm going to run up and smash that pumpkin. And he had the hammer, and he misidentified like a metal decorative pumpkin with a real pumpkin. And it made the loudest noise that
He rang
could
a
have
bell.
been made. He rang a bell, just boom, just resonated, and it was like, we gotta get out of here. And just back to his house.
We would
Did
go
you
out
steal
getting
pumpkins after Halloween? Because that's just a public
during
service.
Halloween. like
Yeah, after
like
Halloween, they'll probably give you a
please.
thank you card.
That's dude, you're right. You're doing a service to these people. I just like with the tomatoes real quick. I wanted to finish off like the last.
Yeah.
No, you're good. So we were throwing and it was a slow road where not many cars went by. So we would just hang out for a couple hours, like on top of the fence, and huck to whatever car ended up going by. More often than not, we'd hit the windshield. They'd keep driving. We're like, ha 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 ha, and then we wait for the next guy. Like 3 months of us doing this, and that's always been what continues to happen. We hit a guy in a truck, and this guy fucking floors the brake, gets out, and fucking chases us. He climbs the fence. Luckily, so there's like 6 of us, and 5 of us were able to sprint back to our homes in time.
How old are
One
you
of
again?
them, I'm 9.
Okay.
I'm panicking. I'm like, this is the end of my life. Like, if my parents find out, it's over for me. I'm going to fucking Kid Guantanamo Bay, whatever that ends up being. One of my friends lived just far enough where the guy that was chasing us was able to see what house he went into. So he goes over there, and we don't know what's happening at this point because we're all cowering in our house. But the story goes, he goes in there, he fucking is screaming. Our friend cops up to everything. He took the entire blame.
Oh.
And he doesn't rat us out, doesn't rat out a single person.
Cool guy.
Like 12 years went by and we were still giving this kid props for it. Like, dude, we're not really friends anymore, but I still remember when you didn't rat all of us out. You were the only one who got in trouble because of this dude that went fucking roid rage on us and started chasing us because of the tomatoes.
That's a good friend.
Really, right?
You need those ride or die guys.
we would go out and just get into mischief. There really wasn't much to do, and we liked like I didn't want to damage property. We never hurt anybody's cars. We never did that. We never hurt anybody's house. Like, we would never break a window out of anything, but we would come and steal the pumpkins out of your yard and then hit mailboxes with them at 60 miles per hour. I remember because there's lots of roads around Lake Hartwell
The
where
mailbox thing. definitely. There's no way a mailbox isn't destroyed after a 60-mile-an-hour pumpkin.
Well, I destroyed more mailboxes than you would believe. We kept count for a long time, but the number has to be approaching 1,000 mailboxes. Like it has to be.
Like how many people lived in your area? Like 65. So you were just
statute of limitations, but statute of limitations. But what we would do is we would go out with this in mind. Like this was a game we played. Like we're going out getting some tonight, and we would go get our rocks. And then we would drive like half an hour from home to like a neighboring county, or we would oftentimes go down around Lake Hartwell where there are these. It's just these snake. It looks like the roots of a tree the way those roads work. How they just keep branching off more and more, and there's no return. It all comes back the same way oftentimes. And we just had this idea that like we're so far from the town that if someone calls the cops on us, by the time it'll be 20 minutes before the cops can respond. And the cops are going to be responding to something way back behind us because we're not coming back. We're making a loop through this whole area. And we would take out like 50 mailboxes a night. And I don't mean dent them. I mean obliterate them. And
it's so many mailboxes.
We got good at it. We wouldn't miss. It would like I would throw them on my left out of the driver's side. He would throw them out of
you were driving.
Yes. We're not kids. We would go fill up with gas for this shit. We go to the boat ramp. We go to the boat ramps and get those retaining granite boulders, and they're about the size of a small watermelon, maybe a little smaller, somewhere between that and a cantaloupe, I guess. And we would fill my floorboard up with them till our knees were like up high, like we're standing on rocks, and like. I mean, you hit one of.
You'd have been so busted if the cops pulled you over.
Oh
what?
Yeah,
these rocks.
Oh yeah,
I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, it's full on fess up mode, and like we kept escalating like what we were up to. Like I remember one night we stole a shopping cart from like the local grocery store, and I had it in the back. They got plenty, and I had it in the back of the truck, and we're driving down the road going about 45, 50. And I'm like, you drive, because he didn't want to do the thing. And so he drives the truck, and I crawl out the window in the back. You know, like it's a single cab F-150. So there's a sliding window between the driver and the passenger, like at head level. I crawl out that into the rear of the truck while we're driving down the road. And I muscle the shopping cart up over my head going like 40. And I hunk that at a mailbox. And I just remember the sparks and the shit exploding everywhere. Like when you're going 40 miles per hour and you throw something that weighs 40 or 50 pounds, it just has so much energy. It's shocking the amount of destruction you could do with it. And then like we just went up from there. We would go out in those Lake Hartwell, like lake communities where a lot of the houses are vacation properties, so nobody's at home. And I remember they would have the mailboxes for like 30 houses would all be together at the entrance to the road. So you wouldn't have to, so the mailman wouldn't have to go off into a community. There would just be this bank of mailboxes all side by side, just sitting there completely unattended. And I'm just out there. I pulled a mailbox out of the ground. I pulled the whole mailbox, post and all out of the ground, and I'm using it like a gigantic hammer to hit the other mailboxes, just like one after another. I mean,
that sounds fun, man. I wish I would have
mailbox
done more
genocide.
of that.
It was so much fun.
Was.
Like
if only Raja Jackson had used his rage for this instead of what he ended up doing.
Kyle was BB, and those mailboxes were children. And
it was so much, and I remember we went to Home Depot one time, and I was like looking at the mailboxes, and I'm like, ooh, that one's $40. We took out a lot of them that looked like that. And then like the regular ones are like $12. Like, oh, this is adding up to a lot of money if we ever get caught, you know, but I always had that in my head. Like if we get caught, like, what are they going to do? Make us work all summer, like, or something to earn back this money? You know, we're teenagers. Like they're not going to send us to prison.
Deliver the mail, maybe.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down with that too. I was willing to do whatever they were going to do.
He was a mailbox enthucist.
Clearly,
don't throw me in the briar patch.
Or
I would do it now. I remember the last time I did it when I was a little too old to do it, and we I had been away in Atlanta, and I came back home, and I'm like, hey Scott, you want to hit him up for old time's sake? He's like, man, I ain't done that in forever. Let's go. And we're like, 19 or 20, like riding around hitting. And I was just like, I think we might be too old for this, man. He's like, yeah, I think we need to cut it out too.
I think we'll go to big boy jail if we get caught.
Yeah. I think there was a couple times when like people would take off after us. Like we hit a mailbox and they were in their yard, like chilling. And you could see them start sprinting toward their vehicle and like, cause they're going to chase us. And that just made it so much more fun. Like now it's a chase. Now I get to drive recklessly.
Man, I never did any major vandal stuff. What pops in my head is like an example of the most egregious littering and like public disregard for safety I can remember, which is when I think it was after my first year of college, or maybe halfway through that. I was home for winter break or something, and this guy I went to high school, who's a couple of years younger than us, and people liked him because his family was literally the richest family I've ever known in my entire life by orders of magnitude. Like his house had a guest house that was like a 4-bed, 4-bath guest house. He had a gigantic pool, the biggest hot tub I've ever seen. He had 2 tennis courts. Did his
house have pillars?
It was the biggest fucking house. It was crazy. And so he would
think it was normal.
No, he definitely leaned on people. He's the same guy who he had season tickets to the Blues from his dad. And me and him and a couple other people went to a Blues game once, and he parked in like an area where I was like, we can't fucking park here. It was like a cops only area. And he was like, I don't care. I'll just show him the card. And I'm like, what card? And I guess he had a card that was like, my father donates bananas amounts of money to the police union. And so like we parked, got out, and like there are cops already side-eyeing us, and he just walked up and was like, showed them this card, and they were like, oh, you guys enjoy the game, it's gonna be a great. And I was like, oh my god, this is crazy, the amount of access this guy can buy. But it was after a party at his house, and he, for some reason, the next morning was like, it was only a few of us left, and we were gonna go get Chick-fil-A or something like that. And he was like, I have to throw away all the glass bottles and everything, or the maid will see it and she'll tell my dad that we were like being bad and drinking and everything. And I was like, okay, I guess that might make sense, but there's cocaine on your table. Like there's still like, what the fuck, like the level, whatever. And so he like put all these glass bottles in like a giant black trash bag. And then he was driving me and 2 of our other buddies in his car to Chick-fil-A. And I was like, why did he bring a giant black trash bag of glass bottles in the car? Like, why not just throw, you think your dad, your like borderline billionaire dad is going to be checking the garbage? Like, why would you do this? And then we were just on a public road, and he was like, time to get rid of it. And he just took this bag and pushed it out the window. I could like hear the like shattering of hundreds of bottles, and like the 2 people in the back were kind of his feelings
on bicycle. You're like, my fingerprints are on those.
The 2 people in the back were kind of his like goon friends who were always there for him no matter what.
You are a prospective goon,
and I didn't know them. I didn't know this side of them very well, and I was just like, oh, Jesus. Like, what are we just threw. And I remember sitting there as he's like, what are you going to get from Chick-fil-A, Taylor? Because he had like a very like vocal fry voice. And I was just like, oh man, spicy chicken. Like, what the fuck? Like, why did we do that? There were so many available options that didn't involve throwing 100 empty Bud Light bottles to be glass. And then like on the way back from Chick-fil-A, we like see some like public service person like having to scoop all this shit up because it's like out of a car at 48 miles an hour or whatever on that road. And so it's a huge amount of space now. It's not just like a pile of shattered bottles. It's a ton of it. So I don't know what that guy's up to now. He comes from so much money, and I didn't know until I was like an adult. It was like, how did your dad like make that much money? Like I think he was like a 9-figure level wealth guy when I knew him, and I think now he might be like, his dad might be a real billionaire.
Yeah.
And it was junk mail.
What?
He is the junk mail guy. All the fucking horse shit you get in your mailbox is facilitated through his service. All the nonsense, all the horse shit. Like, he made hundreds of millions of dollars annoying people.
One of the wealthier people I know, I've talked about him before, but he made all his money on those alternative phone books. You know, like
yeah.
You guys might be young for this, but it's like the Yellow Pages that everyone knew, but like the Donnelly directory and the other like unnamed ones, they were better phone books. At least that was the idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had color. The phone book divisions, like which towns it covered, was based on where the utility lines were. But maybe if you think about your own town, there are different like road dividers that form like informal, like this is as far as I go before I shop. I never cross Route 64 or whatever that is. These train tracks might form a kind of divider in your town that the utility lines don't respect, but the phone books get it right. At least the alternative ones. This thing, my story doesn't hang with your guys, but when I was 17, the first year you can drive in New Jersey, we had a real knack, a talent for timing the traffic lights in Ocean City, New Jersey. And we would use this power for bad. And it'd be like, ooh, that thing like just turned green. So we go like 17 and a 25 for the next 4 blocks. We'll make the yellow light and fuck this guy behind us. So we did that all the time. They'd be like people be like frustrated. They'd flip us the high beams. And then when the yellow light caught them, they knew what the scoop was. We've been fucking with them for 4 blocks to make them catch a red light. Until one time, this dude, I'm going to call him like a 38-year-old man, kind of fittish, ran the red light and then just starts getting aggressive with us. He's pulling in front of us. Now he's going slow. He's alphaing us. And it was me and my friend. And we thought we were like tough 17-year-olds. He's like 5'0". Until that was tested. And now we're both like, I don't want to. And the guy even pulls up. He's like doing one of these deals to see if we wanted to fight. And I'm like, no, I really don't want to.
We thought it would be funny. I'm sorry.
This is a variation of the tomato guy that chased me.
Right? Yeah, I have a snowball story like it was that you could have told it. It was so similar. And in the end, he kind of we got to another red light. We got stopped at a red light, and he got out of his car like to walk to ours. So I just drove elsewhere while he was on foot. And that's where the story ends. My friend was like, I don't know. I feel like we were kind of pussies. Should we have like fought him, taken our beating? And I'm like, nah, I think I made the right call.
Yeah.
You 100% made the right call. Not letting some 38-year-old beat you to death.
Right? Go all Raja Jackson on it.
Yeah.
In the moment, it feels bad making those decisions, but like in the long term, you made the right call. I had a moment in a bar. I'm like 23 at this point, and I don't know what got through me, but like I got aggressive that night, and I'm not a fighter. Like I don't know how to fucking fight, but I got into it with this guy, and we started yapping at each other. Clear hockey bro, because he was very good at insults. They're usually very good at that. And I had no comeback. I had no fucking comeback to his really witty insults. So I was like, all right, let's fucking go. He's like, all right, let's fucking go. I'm like, oh no.
Oh no. He was hoping it would go this way.
So and this is like close to like the middle of the dance floor. I grab his hat and I throw it across the bar. And I was like, please go for it. Please go find your hat. Please go find your hat. So he's like, I'll be right back. Goes to find his hat. And I fucking dart out of there. I'm like, I'm not getting in this. Goodbye.
That was
I hit the masses.
That's a high IQ maneuver, because otherwise he would have, if he was a hockey guy, he would have like pulled your shirt over your head and then punching you in the face. Yeah. No, you don't want that.
No, I'm so glad he went for his hat.
The guy who's wanting a fight,
dude. I remember it. I felt like Jason Bourne. I threw his hat. He went for it. I took off my sweater and I threw it to the side, so that now I had a different shirt. So now it's blending with the masses and started dancing.
You're quickly shaving.
So I felt like a giant bitch in the moment. I think I was, but I made the right call.
He comes back up to you. You're like,
Absolutely
no,
not.
I get
I
that
live to
all
fight
the
another
time.
day.
I look like lots of people.
I'm not gonna fight unless I know I can win. We're not about to like put our dukes up at this bar.
I was 100% going
I've seen
to
too many
lose.
YouTube videos. No, like I literally just watched a video today where one guy knows how to fight and the other guy doesn't, and it becomes so apparent right away. He's like popping in and like jabbing him in the nose and then getting distance. And he's like, oh, you're bleeding a little, huh? He comes back in, 1, 2, oh, how'd you like a little teep kick to the gut? And the other guy like he can't read the room, I guess, and just ends up
he needs a gun
beaten out of him. You get beaten to death in the streets if you fuck up with the wrong person, because like maybe they don't do the gentlemanly thing and get off you after you're unconscious. Maybe they slam your head into the concrete.
A hockey guy would, though. A hockey guy fighter isn't going to beat you up once you're on the ground. They already like getting you on the ground.
Oh, the ref will get in there.
In the hockey world is winning. Like that was the win point. Like
sometimes that's a bad measure, though, right? Like a guy clearly wins on the feet, but the other guy wins the takedown. The guy that wins the takedown is usually defined as the fight winner, but
that's true because
not the case.
I dislike that when I'll see like hockey fight highlights and it's like some dude just feeding a guy like 8 fists, and then the guy getting fed like leans on him and happens to take him down because you're still on ice. It's hard to balance. And then they'll be like, Stevenson like took him down at the end, so he's kind of the winner. It's like, no, like you can see his teeth. Like this guy like panicked and like tried to drag him to the ground because he was being beaten so handily that was his only option.
Yeah. Can you decline a fight in hockey, like at the pro level? Do you just say nah?
Yes, the way it works in pro hockey is, and usually the decline is because like they have someone like me out there, my skill level, being like, hey, Sidney Crosby, pussy, you want to fight? And then like I'll drop my gloves and try and incite something with a Sidney Crosby level guy, and Sidney Crosby will just skate away. And no one in that circumstance is like, whoa, Sidney Crosby's a pussy. Everyone understands it's like, no, that was some goon retard trying to bait one of the best players on earth into spending 5 minutes in the box, and he correctly skated away. But if you're a goon and that's your role, you cannot turn down a fight, or unless you want to spend the rest of your career in the minors.
I saw a goon. I hate to call him that, but yeah, I saw a goon and then Enforcer talking about how like what fighting was like, and it resonated with me so well because he said, maybe in school you knew you had a fight coming to you at the end of the day, that guy was going to be waiting for you at the bike racks. Well, that's how it felt for me when I was playing the Montreal Canadiens that night. I knew that I was going to fight with their Enforcer. It was coming. And I have all the same butterflies and anxieties and fear, and it would eat me up inside. I don't know. I might win. I'm a fighter too, but there's no assurances, and I'm definitely getting hit. And I was surprised because they seem outwardly to care as much about fighting as I do about a cloudy day. That it's just a casual, whatever, no big. You want to? Yeah, I was thinking about. Let's do it. But inside, it chewed them up just like it does high school kids.
Yeah, and it's scarier than ever because, like, I think MMA or UFC rather becoming so big, like. In the 80s, an Enforcer was just a big guy who didn't mind getting hit and wanted to throw hands to be like, all right, I'm going to protect my guy Gretzky. That's what my job is here. Now, like, you had Enforcers like Ryan Reeves who were like trained boxers too. And so you could see that. I remember I saw a clip of Joe Rogan reacting where he's like, oh my God, like that. This hockey guy, like he's turning his hand correctly. This guy knows how to fight. This guy knows how to punch. And so now it's like fighting is, even though it's a bit rarer, it's more dangerous because none of the people fighting are, exactly. The skill level is so much higher. None of the people fighting are just big bruisers. Like a lot of them also have boxing training and fight experience.
So I just had a great idea. So we know about the slap fighting thing that the UFC is pumping money into. I think that's
biggest sport
awful.
on the planet.
That shit's pretty gay. Why do they
bigger Bigger than soccer and hockey combined.
So there's a new sport where they do leg kicks. They trade leg kicks back and forth and just stand and take
It's somehow
It's
even
called
more
the
boring.
Joe Lozon Family Barbecue. I've seen it in person.
But I
They're
was
leg
thinking-
kicking each other, like eating brats. Like, you son of a bitch!
Literally.
I would hate that. I'd be so upset. I'm trying to.
Would you watch a sport?
I definitely shouldn't participate.
Would you watch a sport that's nothing but hockey fights? Like put them in their hockey gear, and it's a fight on ice.
I would watch it briefly, but like,
Oh,
I wouldn't invest. Like, I want to.
because
The
it's a
game
different.
Hockey,
It's a different
the
martial art.
shadow marks of fighting is what makes it good.
I think it's its own martial
but
art
it's the
in a way.
worst one.
Yeah.
It's over as soon as the takedown happens. So
Yeah.
much of it is about controlling your clothing.
Mhm.
Actually, you know what's close to a hockey fight? Like those medieval Russian MMA fights. Those are kind of close to what hockey fights are like, except like not on ice.
Yeah, but I mean, the ice part is what really defines the
Agreed.
hockey fight.
They have
It's
to
like
be on ice.
you can't really do anything once you go to the ground without it being incredibly dangerous in hockey because like you have blades on your feet.
Yeah,
Like
you do a
can't
point
be
system.
kicking around.
Like you go for like 3 points, takedown's a point, KO's obviously like fight's over. But like every time you take them down, you stand them up again, like over and over. So you got 3 points.
Oh, okay.
Double points for goalie fights.
Double
That'd
points
be a
for goal-
division.
goalie
That'd be a
fights
different
are good.
division.
Yeah.
I would love the goalie division. That would be so funny.
would be
Goalie fights are so hype because like they just look at each other from across the because regular hockey fights just happen kind of like in the spur of the moment, right at a face off. But like goalie fights are like a special event has been unlocked because there's usually a brawl happening, and then the goalies are just like, well, what if we gonna fucking do over here? They start yapping at each other, and then they have to go the entire length of the rink to fight. So it's like in my mind, I'm like dun 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 dun, dun, dun. They get closer to each other. That to me is the peak of hockey, a goalie fight.
I love a goalie fight. You just need to make sure that there's, and what I love a lot about goalie fights is it's always, or at least 95% of the time, one goalie who really, really, really wants to be in a physical altercation, and another goalie who's like, well, if it happens, it happens. I'm no pussy. Like that's how it usually goes. You have like a Ron Hextall or a Patrick Waugh or one of these guys who's a lunatic who actually wants to cause physical harm to the other guy, and the other guy just doesn't want to seem like a pussy. And so then he has to skate over and do it. And it's great with goalies because even amongst like NHL players, like the stereotype of goalies is that they're the weirdest person on the team to a complete degree. Like they'll ask and be like, you know, oh, I hear, the whole Calgary Flames, you guys are playing a lot of Fortnite. What does the goalie play? And they'll be like, oh, he is a good guy, but he is he's weird. He's a weird guy. You know, he read books about, I don't know, some dictator in 30s Germany. I don't keep up, but he read lots of things. Like they're weirdos. And so seeing them put in a position where they have to defend themselves physically is entertaining. I don't think it would do well as a sport because there's not enough legs for it. Like the fact you can't do anything once someone is brought to the ground wrecks any kind of MMA fight thing. Like, or I guess not fully because that's what boxing is, right? Like boxing, when they fall, they have to
Muay
stand
Thai,
back up.
lots of stuff is. Yeah, lots of stuff stands you back up.
Oh, maybe you're right then. Wait, is UFC the only one that doesn't stand you back up?
No. Well, I mean, there's different mixed martial arts organizations that have a very similar rule set to UFC, but it's full contact and then ground game as well. But of the stricter disciplines, I don't
Judo?
know.
Judo goes to the ground. I think they have 30 or 60 seconds and then they stand them up, but they fight on the ground for a minute.
Oh, okay. I thought judo was like about throwing people to the ground and then you got points on like, you're on the ground.
Once you're down there, you follow them down and do stuff to them.
I don't know the rules exactly. Like I think it depends on the position they land in, whether or not they have a minute to go, or
Sambo,
or they just get the points for the way the takedown went. I don't know the rules exactly.
Interesting.
I don't know why Muay Thai isn't more popular in the U.S. because it's like it's UFC with no ground game, and the practitioners are nasty. I remember this story. I don't remember the guys' names, but this one guy had gone to like Thailand and trained for like months, and he came back and he was telling everybody he was Bangkok ready. He'd only been gone for like a month or two.
It was Roundtree, I think.
And he came back with like that head dress that they wear. They like have this like knotted rope on their head, and they got like he had the bicep wraps too. Like he's got these ceremonial thing, and he came out and put on such a spectacle that the other guy was terrified of him and just took him down to the ground like immediately. Like he wasn't even that good.
I think it was Khalil Roundtree, and he really leveled up his game. And a lot of people might suggest it wasn't the 4 weeks of Muay Thai training, although that was part of it. It was the 4 weeks of no USADA testing that really leveled up his game.
Yeah, in Thailand, you can find what's I think the closest thing to the current Roman Colosseum, because there is like a tourist attraction where they've got some monstrous beast of a Muay Thai fighter, and it's like, what tourist would like to get in here? And if you happen to beat our champion, you win whatever, 1,000 baht. I don't know if that's like $50, but I can't imagine the idea of like, I'm enjoying a sunny weekend in Bangkok. Let me jump into the ring here with this monster who has been eating white people, Canadians, French people all day.
Just drunk guys. He's just fighting drunk guys who are like, I can probably do this.
People do it, and the Muay Thai fighter wins like by as much as he has to, but no more. Like it's a respectable win. Like he could kill you, but he understands. He's in a tickle fight with a toddler. You don't kill that kid.
He's putting on a show because he wants there to be an episode of the show next week when he's there. Like he doesn't want to kill anyone.
He doesn't want to make it so no one else plays.
One of my very close friends.
The guy's usually slapping half of the time.
They slap a lot?
No. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, Taylor. I was saying that the Muay Thai guy, more often than not, when he's fighting what is usually a drunk guy, is like smiling. He's like, I'm having a good time here too.
Okay.
Yeah, and he'll probably even like minimize the damage. He'll like give a little faux hit to be like, that could have been devastating what I just did to you right there, but it's not because this is a tourist.
And if you prove you have talent, I will too.
Yeah. My close buddy went to Thailand probably 6 or 7 years ago, and he's the one who was obsessed with MMA for a while, former Marine. I went and watched a couple of his amateur fights, and he was like, oh, Thailand was crazy, dude. Like I did this like fight camp where I had to go to this gym every morning, and they like grind you into dust. They work you so hard. And then there would be shows at the gym every night, and people are sitting around betting and drinking and doing Thailand things. And he's like, and there would be like two adults.
Boys?
I don't know. They're just doing Thailand things. And he's like, and there would be like two like grown adults who are like kicking the shit out of each other. And then that ends. And then I swear to God, like 2 7-year-old Thai kids get up there. And I was like, oh, this is probably like America. It's going to be like a cute exhibition match. And he's like, no, dude, I saw a 7-year-old head kick another 7-year-old unconscious. Like just just brutal brutalization. And I was like, oh man, that's crazy. What else did you do in Thailand? He's like, it was a lot of drinking and fighting, and those guys really know how to party.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, even with all of that stuff, as crazy as that is, it's still nowhere near as stupid as power slap. Power slap is still the dumbest thing that I've ever seen. How that's
the gayest shit imaginable.
Yeah, I had to laugh because Dana White was talking about like, hey, those guys, you know, those athletes, if you're not good enough to get into real fighting, and then if you're not good enough to get into the WWE, power slap. Just come over here, come make shitloads of money. I'm curious,
They're
like
not
the
making
financial
shitloads of money.
He's saying that they are making shitloads of money. That was his Obo's word for word quote, that you can come to power
he
slap.
Didn't use any like formal denominations of money.
Like, all the pesos.
How many? Like, can we put some metrics on this? 2 shitloads and a bundle of money.
Yeah, I would never do that. I can't imagine doing that. The people that do it, I don't get it. There's not enough money involved. It boggles the mind to see them taking that much brain damage for like $10,000 or something. Yeah, if you win, Zach says it's like 10 grand. That's crazy.
But below that, he said,
show up.
reports indicate payments can be around $2,000 to $2,000 per fight. We've narrowed in on that sentence.
There's our shitload.
Oh, you start at 2,000, but on the upside, you could be making anywhere, $2,000. It's crazy. A lot of room to grow.
I'm curious, like with UFC fighters, how much pay is going to go down with the Paramount deal, because in WWE they used to do pay-per-views, and the top stars, the Rocks, the Stone Colds, all of the big names, they'd get pay-per-view points just like UFC fighters. But then they went to a streaming model in 2013, and that disappeared. They were not making their pay-per-view points. The big names were then, like, their base pay was increased, but pay-per-view points were completely thrown out the window. So I'm curious in UFC how that's going to go over if they do remove pay-per-view points. Although I believe you're still going to have to buy some of the cards.
I've heard that too.
I don't think so. I've heard that, but I haven't seen that from anywhere official. What I've seen is that they'll get. The Paramount gets everything. And 4 fights a year are broadcast simulcast on CBS. Is it CBS that's part of the Paramount thing? I think so. So four fights a year will be simulcast not only on pay-per-view but on CBS and ESPN and all that. But I haven't seen anything to suggest that there will be any more pay-per-views at all going forward. I wonder if they're going to raise the price of Paramount Plus. I have it. I love it. It's got all my Star Trek content and a bunch of other shit too. But I don't really care about the fighters. If their pay goes down, it's better for the fans. So for fans, this is nothing but positives. This is great. We're going to get everything for one low price. All right, with the current model is pay for an ESPN subscription, which is $12 a month. I bundle it with Hulu and Disney, so I can't even quantify exactly what it costs me, just for the privilege to access their $80 pay-per-views, which is bonkers. It's a terrible business model. For fans, this is going to be great. This is going to open the UFC up, make it bigger. There'll be more eyes than there have ever been before. And then they're going to cap it off. I don't know when it actually kicks in, when the first iteration of this will be, when the last pay-per-view will be. But that White House card next year, if that happens, if they have an octagon on the lawn of the White House, which is what they keep repeating, that is going to be enormous. And they will dig up a star of old. They will get a Conor McGregor or a John Jones I know that Dana has been super anti-John Jones, but I think he's just mad about what happened. And a year can heal all wounds, I think, especially if John doesn't want $30 million to fight on the White. Maybe he's like, yeah, John, $3 million. $3 million you can be on the White House card. Sure. You'll get $3 million, but we're not breaking the bank. We're not bringing the Saudis in to help finance your purse. Like, you work for what everybody else works for.
His problems with Jones were pretty legit, though.
Huge.
He's not reliable to headline a big card.
Never has been.
He's not. It never has been. He won't be more reliable for this.
Conor, but he would bring the eyeballs.
Has flaws, and he's not American for the White House fight, but he did always show up.
Conor will have no issue with immigration. You know that. First of all, he's been to the White House. He vibes right wing and anti-immigration in Ireland in his little bid for presidency there. He's plugged into the American conservative network, and Trump, because we're at the White House, that's gonna take care of everything. Trump will just be like, oh, we'll get him in here. Well, I'll go pick him up.
It wasn't immigration. It was just the idea that the White House should have Americans fighting.
Oh, well, they got to face off against somebody,
Yeah, right. Is he going to be the heel? Maybe.
Yeah, he is the heel. He's my heel. If I watch Conor McGregor now, it's not to see if Mystic Mac is back. It's to watch him get his leg broke again. It's to watch him. It's to watch a spoiled, coked up, philandering sex abuser get put on his ass. That's why I'm watching now. I used to watch because Mystic Mac knew what was coming. He could see the cards before they were dealt. He knew how, he didn't just know when he would beat you and how he would beat you, or that he would beat you. He knew how he would beat you. He'd explained it to you in days prior. It was amazing. I loved
with that White House card. And sorry, coming from the wrestling side of things, would you need to work that so that America comes out on top? You can't have the White House card.
100%. They would have to.
You can't have the White House card and have Cosmot celebrating.
When they do a London card, the British fighters are the favorites in almost every fight, if not every single fight. When they do a Japanese card, go out to Tokyo and put on a fight, suddenly the Japanese fighters look great. It's not fixed. I'm not saying it's fixed. It's just that they put an A tier against a C tier, a B tier against a D tier.
That's classic in Brazil.
Yeah, right. Brazil, Mexico, it goes all the way through. So when they do the White House card, I would expect that they're not putting Americans as underdogs very often.
Put Gaethje in there with Conor. Let him smoke him. Let Gaethje break his fucking face.
I was gonna be like, "Are we sure?" But dude, Conor's so out of it now.
If Conor could hit Gaethje, he doesn't have the power to KO Gaethje. So I don't. He's gonna have to wheel kick Gaethje to get him out of there. And even then, I don't know.
I don't know what Conor's power is. He's a brick shithouse now. He looks strong. I don't know.
Sure.
Conor's still scary. I still think he loses to every fighter in the UFC.
Yeah, Gaethje destroys.
Every male fighter beats Conor.
Gaethje would hit Conor harder than he's ever been hit before. Gaethje would starch Conor. That's what would happen, I think. Gaethje would get in there with a big looping punches and nullify any ranged advantage Conor might have. It's not like he fights in a karate stance anyway. I don't even know what his stance is. Last time I saw him, his stance was my leg don't work. I mean, your wife's in me DMs. Like he got crippled his last time out.
Gaethje is a lightweight. I thought Conor was a different weight, right?
So people move around as their careers mature. Conor started out at 145 pounds. Gaethje has primarily fought at 155 pounds. Conor was the 155 and 145 pound champion. He has fought most recently at sort of a quasi catch weight of 170 because he's probably walking around 180 or 190. I don't even know what he is these days because it's been years of steroids, cocaine, and just getting beefy. So he'll fight. They'll just make up a weight though to get Conor there. Like it won't need to be within a division. Rankings are irrelevant. Conor McGregor's coming. At what weight would he like to compete? Okay, 185 it is. They'll just do that.
Okay.
Oh, Conor versus Duplessis.
Oh, that reminds me. I try to get back into UFC. I used to be really, really deep into it. And I chose the Cosmot and DDP card. What a mistake. It
was good until the end.
Oh, the card was great. But, dude, that main event, that was a frustrating watch. It was just, and maybe it's because I don't have the love for the game and understand the science behind it. But I'm like, this fucking sucks.
So
you were right.
There's layers to that, right? Because there are people who see any ground game stuff, when just high level jiu-jitsu, and they'll poo-poo it. They're like, come on, get up and punch. That's not me. I like high level jiu-jitsu. I watch jiu-jitsu on YouTube a good bit. That Ryan Gordon guy or whatever his name is, I enjoy watching him fucking roll, even if it's an exhibition. It's fun. But what Khamzat was doing was very lay and pray. To his benefit, in his defense, Duplessis was so big and strong that it was hard for him to make damage out of a crucifix that would have been deadly to a smaller, weaker man. Like Duplessis was able to turn his head to the side and avoid most of the damage from that really advantageous position that is a crucifix. It's as bad as it sounds, and he just weathered him well because he's so big and strong and has such a gas tank. Anybody else would have been worn out and beaten down and cut apart and smashed, because that's what Khamzat usually does to people. He gets them out of there in 90 seconds. He gets them out of the whole thing in the first round. But Duplessis was a champion, and a good one at that. Is clearly his wrestling takedown leaves something to be desired, though. And like he couldn't get up. I think that he was like 8 for 11 on takedowns or 9 for 11, something like that. He took him down at will, kept him down. If DDP had been getting up, he could have been fucking 25 takedowns for 30 or something. Like he was going to just keep taking him down. But I'm with you. The lay and pray nature of it, the fact that nothing was seemingly happening for huge amounts of time, around his 5 minutes. He'd get him down within 40 seconds, and then the next 3.5 minutes is just like, all right, stare at this guy's ass crack for a while he tries to face fuck the other guy. Okay, nothing's happened, no one's been hurt. All right, comes out, wins another round. Let's see what they say in the corner. It was dreadful to watch, even for. I watch all the events. I consider myself an MMA fan, and that's not it for me. that soured me against the whole sport, if I'm being honest. I like it really did. I like
It's
DDP
your Game
as
of
a
Thrones
guy.
season 8.
Dude, he's like a it was a red wedding moment. Like that was DDP's the great white hope. The whole UFC's being taken over by these Caucasus region fellows, we'll say.
Well, they're still white. They're just they have beards we don't care for. You know,
they have beards we don't care for.
I don't care for that kind of beard. If I see that kind of beard, I want it on a friendly Amish guy, not some fucking Russian Muslim.
They speaking of what Woody was suggesting earlier, how when they want to get into a market, they'll put a matchup together that is advantageous to getting that market to be happy. So China is where the UFC wants to be. They've got Wei Li. She's like a 125-pound women's champion and a good one. She's one of the few female fighters in the world that I look at and I'm like, oh shit, that's an athlete. She's snappy with her movements. She's technical. She's not getting wild ever. She's a machine. This is a well-trained, like professional athlete, but there aren't many of those. The other one, they're trying to get there. There's a Chinese guy who's like 3-0 or 4-0 or something like that. Well, they were like, let's feed Johnny Walker to him. Johnny Walker's the guy who blew his own shoulder out doing the worm that time. Like he's known to be a goofball and a knucklehead. Well, pre-fight, Johnny Walker shaves off the top part of his beard like Kamzat. he goes only chin beard, and he's like, "It is go time," and it just destroys the Chinese guy in front of his crowd. I don't know how much money Dana White lost in that moment, but it's substantial. Like that Chinese market would be worth so much money, and to have goofball Johnny Walker come in there and just start your like great yellow hope. It was a bad look.
Well, there's fucking 1.5 billion of them. I'm sure one of the Chinamen can fight really well.
It's not working out well for them. It seemingly most of their fighters are of the ethnic minorities, like the Mongolian-looking folks or the South Chinese.
Those are the
folks.
biggest of the Asians, is my understanding, are the Mongols. Like as far as like height, weight averages, like they're pretty.
The Asian
I don't know.
Samoans.
Maybe like maybe they bred enough with the Russians, because I think Russians are tall. Isn't that right? Like maybe
I think they can be. Yeah. It depends, man. China, when they decide to put their mind into a sport, they'll put in a generation worth of effort, and they say, "We'll see you in 20 years," and then 20 years will go by, and they will dominate this.
So MMA is weird in China because they have that their traditional Chinese martial arts that they want to hang their hats on. All that spiritual fucking Wang Ching Wan stick fighting, and those fucking what do you call it, Woody? When you do the kata with that wooden thing,
Tai Bo.
is that Wing Chun or something?
Sure, Wing Chun maybe. I know
Tai Chi, and like they've got all they've got a lot of like self-defense and spiritual-esque martial arts that and they didn't wait. They're behind the curve. We learned in like 1992, whenever the UFC really took off, that was all horse shit. We learned that wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and boxing were the only martial arts you really needed. Mix in a couple techniques from Muay Thai and you're there. They're still on that spiritual mumbo jumbo shit where every now and there's this YouTube guy. He's an MMA guy, and he just goes around beating up Chinese kung fu masters.
That's his whole bit.
You just watch a 75-year-old Asian man get fucking knocked the fuck out by a 30-year-old MMA star, and it's like, yeah, eat it. Eat your fucking teeth.
What's crazy with those is that like these old masters have no self-preservation. They hang their hat on this like magical thing, this magical veil that's going to protect them, only to just get their nose caved in.
Yeah,
it is crazy. They seem to believe their own bullshit. Like if I was fighting 12 people at a time using the force and they all fell down, I think I'd know the inside scoop. They seemingly don't.
Yeah.
I mean, after 60 years of that, maybe you do start to drink your own Kool-Aid. Where you're like,
they tell a lie. Like
really
this guy in particular was after the fact. He's become a joke in China apparently, and they don't really know if he's in on the joke anymore or not, because he's like, oh, he only hit me because I let him. He only hit me because I let my guard down. Like all these like silly excuses about why, because it wasn't a fight. Like the other guy walked up to him and punched him. It was a fight. It was like, all right, fight. And the MMA guy just walks up and he goes, wham! And just like knocks him on his ass, and that's it.
His defense was the force. You can imagine how it went.
Yeah. You just make fucking.
What if it worked?
You just make Palpatine fingers at someone and hope it works out.
You're pretty close. Yeah.
Dude, what if he'd gotten
Which, by the way, in Star Wars,
actual lightning had came out of his hands? Like I'd be on board then.
Has there ever been like a bigger flub than like not telling Luke about the lightning?
That's a dark side of the Force power, seemingly.
No one said anything. They were like, "You must be careful around Vader, Luke. He is unbelievably powerful. He's great with the lightsaber." And then like later that night, like Obi-Wan's like waking up like, should I have mentioned the lightning fingers? Fuck, I probably should have mentioned that. That's a big part of his strategy.
I don't think Vader had lightning fingers, right?
The Emperor Palpatine.
Emperor Palpatine,
Yeah,
because if I were Luke, I would have been like, "Whoa, this guy's like way stronger than I am."
Yeah, he didn't react to it at all. Like when the Emperor first does it and like shocks him so badly he collapses in pain, he wasn't like, "The fuck was that? It burns, Dad. What was that?" No,
this is how they keep you from joining our side. They don't tell you about the cool lightning ability, which only we.
I'd have been like 17-year-old Woody. Nope. No,
no, this is gay.
I would have pulled the thing I did at the nightclub. I would have taken his helmet and thrown it and changed outfits. He couldn't find
Throw his helmet, run the other way, take off your cloak. That's the move.
I'm watching Andor right now, which is the Star Wars. It's the prequel to Rogue One. It's basically it's like political and it's like a spy thriller where they're trying to what it's going to end up being is they're acquiring the plans for the Death Star that eventually Princess Leia sends on to Obi-Wan Kenobi and Luke when they're sitting there and the hologram pops up. You're only hope, Obi-Wan. It's trying to get those Death Star plans to them, but it's 2 seasons. I watched it when it came out and I thought it was boring and slow. I think I was just in a bad mood or a funk or something because I've been just binge watching it this week and it's so good. It's really good. It's not a kid's show. And I'm loving that so much. And it's not overly woke. Like there isn't a coven of black lesbian witches making Force children. Which is
You're not even making that up. That was a thing.
That's a thing. Yeah. In this, it's like you've got Cassian Andor, and like he's like undercover secret agent man. And if the Empire catches him, they're gonna torture him to death. So anytime he's in a tight spot, somebody sees his face, some guy starts talking like, "Hey, we could just take the money and leave, me and you. You know, they're in there dealing with their shit. 40 million a piece, eh?" He quick draws his fucking blaster pistol and shoots them in the face. And he's the good guy. And I love that. I love that it's dark and it's gritty and nobody's got the Force. There's no Force lightning. There's no magic. There's no Jedi. They mentioned the Emperor a couple times, but it's kind of the way we mentioned Trump. It's like, the Emperor will be hearing of this personally. We don't see him. We don't see any bullshit. It's just political drama, where they're trying to like raise money for the rebellion to be. The rebellion's just getting off of its getting going, and it's like spy shit. And I like the spy shit a lot. And I know how it ends because Rogue One is the end of this story. The movie Rogue One, and I think I'm like 4 episodes into season 2. There's 12 episodes per season, but I highly recommend it. I know I shit on it when it came out, but I gave it another chance, and it's great. It's great.
Is Rogue One the one you liked? I feel like you liked one of
Rogue
the
One
new
is
Star
awesome,
Wars, right?
That's my favorite Star Wars movie.
It's my favorite Star Wars movie too. It's and again, it's because there's not. I think Vader shows up at the end.
Oh, that's the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
It's not, but like that
because they save him for the end.
Oh, fucking hell, dude! That's such a fan service moment, an earned fan service moment because
he's
that's
coming down that hallway.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude!
They've got the plans and like the hallway's full of the good guys, and we've got like the secret plans, and we got to get them like back down that hallway. But Vader's coming for us, and he's force choking people. He's slamming them into walls. He's cutting them in half with his lightsaber. He's just steady walking through men while they're just like giving their lives so that the plans can make it a foot further, a soldier further as the try to get him out of there. That was a great scene.
Yeah, I'm a huge
is
sucker
that Jude
for
Law. Who there's a
I think it's Jude Law. I think I know what you're talking about, like a big cameo with one of those soldiers. I think it is Jude Law.
Oh, I was gonna say so I'm a sucker for the droids. And I'm in movies, the things that'll make me like tear up and really cry are pets who are like there for their master, like giving it all they got, and maybe getting hurt or dying for their master. And those Star Wars droids, which are essentially robo dogs that love you with personalities. Like the droid in Andor has a stutter.
No.
And like the Cassian Andor is always away doing spy shit, and the droid is like, where's Cassian at? Is Cassian coming home? Like he's like cute. And I'm like, I hope nothing happens to that droid. And like halfway through it, somebody kicks him over, and I'm like, oh no, you didn't. You did not kick that fucking droid. He is a champion. like I feel it. Like they've raped. They're like trying to rape women. They're like murdering children and hanging people in the public square. But when they slap the droid,
when they hurt the droid's feelings, that was a bit too far.
It was too far because they're just like they're like pure on the inside. Like they're just good. But there's a really good droid in Rogue One. That big, tall, like
the goofy one. He's great.
Those are always the moments that have me fucking tearing up and crying over there, trying to hide my tears from my girlfriend because I'm crying over fucking BB-8.
There's a movie, I haven't seen much of it, but it reminded me when you were saying, you feel for animals in movies and shows and whatnot. There's a movie called Good Boy.
Good Boy. Have you guys
heard of the premise of this?
Dude, I'm so psyched for that.
I want to see this really bad. For those that are listening that don't know, the simple premise is a dog that you live in a haunted house with the dog, and only the dog sees the ghouls and demons, and he has no way to communicate to the humans that they are in a house full of the little boys from The Grudge.
Yeah, like there's like a demon infestation or something like that. I didn't watch too much of the trailer because I watch enough of a trailer that I'm iffy about to be like, oh, I'm in, and then I'll turn it off because I don't want any spoilers.
Yeah,
I want to see the same thing. I did the same thing with Weapons, the one where all the kids go missing.
I'm saving that one.
That's gonna be a good movie too. I love horror, but Good Boys, I'm into that. I know I'm gonna be tearing up if anything happens to that fucking dog, because like even the trailer, like you sort of running around with the dog, his POV, seeing what he's seeing, and you're like, oh, get out of there, boy.
Have you gotten a chance to see the new Naked Gun yet?
No, I'll watch it when it's like free to watch. Like
it's worth it, dude. If you like the old Naked Gun movies, if you like slapstick comedy,
I do.
I was howling laughing in the theater. There were jokes where it's like, oh, every male over 30 is laughing, like across the theater. I don't want to ruin a bit for you because if you're gonna watch it, but I think it's a watch if you like that style of humor.
I really liked the first three. I watched them all. I was the right age at the time where like I was into Weird Al Yankovic and just parody in general. And
he's in this movie.
That's great. And I liked Leslie Nielsen a lot. I didn't see Airplane until I was a man grown, but as a kid, I liked the Naked Gun movies. I like those a lot. I like Leslie Nielsen. I like he used to be a dramatic actor. And if you go back, there's several. I watch him in a dramatic role playing it serious, and I can't take him seriously because he's Leslie Nielsen. He's goofy to me. He's Airplane. He's Lethal Weapon. So yeah, I'm gonna watch it. Liam Neeson's a great choice for that, and I guess Pam Anderson's having a bit of a career revival. So I'm happy to see her in it too.
I don't know how true this is. I just took it at face value from my girlfriend. Okay, so that is true. They start dating because of the filming of Naked Gun? That's kind of cute, man. Because Liam Neeson was off the market for a long time because of the death of his wife, right?
Yeah, his wife died, and he'd been single for like 15 or 20 years or something, and they've started dating. He and Pam Anderson, which is kind of a sweet story. Keanu Reeves is a similar situation where I believe his wife or fiance died like terribly, and then he's sort of been single ever since, maybe. Sad.
Hopefully not as sad as. Hopefully, Good Boy is not sad. I don't want to see that dog die.
I don't want to see that dog die, man. They better not kill that fucking. He can hurt him a little, like have him do that.
I hope they kill the dog.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, no, I love it when they kill important characters. Plot armors ruin shows,
But not dogs.
What? Okay, so if you're going to stand on business there, you must hate the Battle of the Bastards because that is the most.
He does.
Oh my god, I fucking hate the Battle of
I thought
Bastards.
it was cool, but if you hate plot armor, fair enough.
Oh my fucking god, this guy was dead 10 times over. He made the worst possible decisions. Plot armor saved him again and again and again. At one point was like 10,000 v1. As dumbass fucknard jackass idiot runs out there to like what, save his dead brother or something. And then he's like, oh, by golly, what did I do? Because there's 10,000 soldiers and he survives that. He survives everything. He's being crushed. He's in the middle. He's in the worst possible spot. They save him in the nick of it. It is terrible, terrible bad writing. It is bad all the way through. I can't insult that scene enough. You can't follow it. There's a jump cut every 1.5 seconds in there, so you can't follow, so you can't see how this thing is developing. This is how you film bad fight scenes. Jump cut, jump cut, jump cut, jump cut. Watch it again and just say the words jump cut every time there's a jump cut. And it sounds like I just did. It is one of the worst cinematic scenes ever filmed. It is
there's no disagreeing with every single word you just said. I still thought it was fucking awesome. So
okay, right. you like it. If it's fun, it's fun. Horse. But Walking Dead was a bad show.
I like
the second after season 7, it was a bad show, I would argue.
Oh, I disagree, Woody. The Whisperers arc I thought was very good. I thought it brought back the anyone could die aspect of The Walking Dead, and
anyone
I love
could die never left. Like important characters were murdered all the way to the end. And I really I was gonna say Walking Dead's strength was the fact that nobody was safe. When you see these people surrounded by walkers, this could be it. Sometimes it happens kind of unceremoniously and just she's cooked. And that was like Carl, right? Like when Carl died, spoiler, it wasn't like, the worst of the worst. It wasn't like, remember when they killed the girl everyone loved in Game of Thrones? She was young. She led like the Mortimers or something like that. You guys remember this? And she was at Kyle Europe.
The
Mormont girl.
Yeah, the Mormont girl,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
She got a special send-off. This 4'0" chick was single-handedly fighting a zombie giant or something. Not Carl. Carl just got nipped on the ribs by some random zombie because he let his guard down for a second. And now this guy who's been on the show for 9 seasons is gone.
Yeah.
I thought that's
Walking
pretty cool,
Dead delivered on the lack of plot armor. And that's the praise I'm trying to give it.
They should have just taken his arm, like take his arm or something. Like, don't kill him. You can't. When they killed off Carl and Rick, that was the show. That was the show for me, because for me it was the Rick and Carl show, and I needed, like, you could kill Rick, but you can't kill Carl. Like, Carl is supposed to be.
He's
like
Rick's motivation.
And well, he's also like the next generation. He's that generation of kids who don't really remember as much before the walkers as after, and you sort of see what it's like to come of age within this awful world and what that's turned Carl into. Carl had the makings of ultimate badassery. You took his eye away and he was still a badass. He's jumping out of the back of that box truck with an M16 to kill Negan. Like, he should have just smoked Negan.
He delivered his little sister Judith and then murdered her mom before she became. Rad. That's fucking badass. He's like, oh yeah. So we had to give mom kind of an amateur C-section, and then we popped her one in the head because we knew what was coming. That's his childhood.
He was murdering people. There was at the prison season, there was a part where they were at war with the governor and his folks, and some young governor troop wandered into Carl's perimeter, and Carl and the old man sort of had the kid like, hey, don't you move. And Carl was like, ever again. And, like, and the old guy's like, the fuck, you just executed him. And he's like, one less problem to deal with. And I'm thinking, like, yeah, it is one less problem to deal with. Now go get some motorcycle leathers quick.
Yeah, Carl with the classic. The body cam was off. Dude, that was that type of execution.
Yeah, dude, I had my
becomes pretty badass.
I'd have my
sister that lived on.
I quit watching after Rick disappeared.
Right,
After
so you
Carl
don't
was
know.
dead.
But like I watched
I'm
that,
telling
and
you,
then I
man.
watched Those Who Live, which is the spinoff with Michonne and Rick, and Judith plays a little part in that, and she becomes pretty cool. She's right there with like Maggie or something.
Have
I
you
never
seen the
liked
Daryl Dixon
Michonne
stuff?
very much.
Not
You know,
yet.
Daryl Dixon's in like France doing shit, and Negan and Maggie are in New York doing shit. Like currently in 2025, I
You know
haven't
what
watched
I
any of
liked
that.
about Walking Dead, and I don't have nearly the expertise you guys do. That one eccentric lunatic who like had a tiger and said he was king.
Oh,
the black
Ezekiel.
guy.
Ezekiel,
Rocks. I loved that guy. He was so great. He wanted to like be a king, but then things would happen where that required some empathy, and it was like he was always sweet and nice and like trying to help, and it was like, oh, this guy does not have what it takes to be king. He's too nice. He's too
he took the mask off in one of the episodes. I think he might have been talking to Carol. He's like, I'm an actor. I was in like Shakespeare before this. Yeah. That's what The Lion is all about. But these people needed a king. So here I am with my dumbass lion pretending to be a king. And like, but with Carol, he was the real him.
And that guy was sweet. I liked Ezekiel.
Carol's my favorite character.
I liked Carol a lot. I never liked Michonne. The like weird, she wasn't interesting, and also like the weird insistence on like swords and being like acting as though she was like defeating a samurai regularly after chopping the head off of a largely non-sentient being was like, calm the fuck down, you loser. Like I didn't
katanas
like her.
were a pretty good weapon, I thought. What would your weapon of choice be?
Spear.
I would use the katanas too, but I wouldn't be fucking showboating about it every time I chopped the head off of someone. I wouldn't go into like Japan stance afterward. It's like,
well, that's a
calm
little
down, you
stretch, but you're
fucking
right.
goof.
There was some showboating for sure.
I
I
feel
have
like you
A
would
piece
want
of rebar
something
would get it done.
in terms of like a sword. I feel like you'd want something that's more puncturing as opposed to slicing. I feel like slicing, and this might be overthinking it, I think that's a great way to get blood on yourself and eventually get fucking sick.
That seemingly
think you're right.
doesn't affect them, but I always think that too. Like, don't get in your eyes, but they do frequently, and it doesn't seem to matter. You'd want a Ruger 1022 with a suppressor on it and a ton of magazines on you, so you could just.
I didn't know that was an option.
That's always an option. They're in Atlanta.
Like
you want
kills a zombie? I guess it
absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Put it right through their head?
Rifle? Oh, Ruger 1022. Big magazines. I don't know what those mags go up to.
Man like me would
35
shake
rounds.
off a Ruger 1022.
35 round.
No, men
35
like
round
me would
magazines.
take off a Ruger
Suppressor, scope, laser, bunch of mags on you. You get a poking stick as well. And you got an AR-15 to deal with humans if you run into them, and then you wear motorcycle leathers or get some chainmail. They make chainmail. You can get it on Amazon.
I do dislike that they made it seem like a 6-shooter revolver and a crossbow are the ultimate zombie apocalypse weapons.
Worst possible weapons.
Right?
The Python 44 Magnum.
Like the loudest gun I can think of with only 6 rounds.
that is so inconvenient. That's right.
What is that, Kyle?
That's how Rick holds his gun.
You hold it sideways?
Yes, he's always like holding it sideways like this, all loose when he's
he
going.
was a cop too.
Like,
you know who I also liked in that show was that old man from season 2, where he was like, well, there's a whole bunch of nonsense going on out there, but on my farm, we're mostly maintaining pretty well. And then fucking Coral and the gang shows up, and suddenly it's like, I'm supposed to be siding with Rick, but it's like, Rick, you are just throwing a barrel of wrenches into the gears that is this guy's somehow still functioning farm. Like, you trying to change the power dynamics and that. I liked Herschel.
You probably forgot the details, but Otis shot a deer and the bullet went through and through and shot Carl. Herschel was a veterinarian, so Rick and the boys brought his shot son to Herschel, desperately saying, hey, is there something you can do? Can you help us? Your team shot my son. And Herschel, being a good man, is like, yeah, I'll do what I can, but I need some medicine. So how about your buddy Shane and Otis go to the school over there where the nurse has some medical supplies that I need to operate on your side. So cool guy Shane and Otis go to get the medical supplies. They get overrun with zombies. Shane shoots Otis. All the zombies go to Otis. Shane brings the medical supplies back to Carl because Shane knew how to make the tough decisions. At least that's the storyline. The first time I watched this through, I'm thinking Shane's an absolute asshole. The next time I watch it through, I'm like, this is a little more nuanced because the choice he was making is, do we both die or does one of us get back? And like all three of them would have died. Shane, Otis, and Carl.
Yeah.
Instead, Shane and Carl survived and Otis was bait.
Shane was great. Shane actually was the only realist that I recall, and I didn't watch it as thoroughly or as many times as you guys. But Kyle, you're still muted. Yeah,
he
Shane
was a step ahead. Shane was the GOAT. He read the situation right off the bat. He was like, "Oh, the rules are over. There's no more rules anymore. This is kill or be killed. This is split second of like complacency, and you're dead. And not just you, but everybody could die if you go down." Then we could all die right here, right now, just because of like being too soft or thinking this over too much when a bullet will solve it right now. And we all live to see another day. And he was that guy. And I appreciated the fuck out of Shane. He was also getting that Lori pussy. Lori, one of the scumbaggiest wives in all of cinema, second only to Walter White's bitch.
I was about to ask you, which one's worse, Skylar or
she gave the money to Ted. She gave the money to Ted. He should have killed her. I'd have had those Mexican twins.
Did you see that meme I sent you?
Yes. Yes. I gave the money to the Israelis. No!
It's Skylar with Trump hair. That's very funny. That made me laugh.
Why did she give the money to Ted? I don't remember the reason.
Ted owed a bunch of taxes, and what was the reason for him?
The books had been cooked, and the IRS was going to come in, and she was going to be tied up in an IRS investigation, and they were going to find Walter's money, perhaps, and maybe Ted was going to tell on her somewhat too, and so she gave him the money to like nip that in the bud. But it's like you should have gone to Walter and been like, "Excuse me, genius husband." In a bit of a kerfuffle, housewife here. So I was thinking, like, that's what should have happened. Hi, hormonal housewife here. Wanted to run this by you, genius husband. How many? Like Walter's literally a genius.
Walter had enough problems. That was like close
Walter's
to the time.
Walter's a problem solver. He's got 8 people on speed dial who can nip Ted in the bud.
Where Walt Jr. was like, "Dad, aren't you? Look at how many people are donating to you." And he's just having to be like, I made this money, and now I'm having to pretend to be a freeloader. This defeats the whole purpose of my pride being the driving factor.
I like the alternative plot where instead of her solving Ted's problems with the IRS, they bring in like Better Call Larry, the badass certified public accountant, right? With a little bit of a crooked streak. And this guy partners with Saul and they get shit done. That's where I like it.
And he's very Jewish, so you know that he knows the numbers.
Did you follow up and watch Better Call Saul after Breaking Bad?
For sure. Yeah.
There's an argument to be made that Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. I'm not one of those people, but
They're both solid.
No, fair enough. I will say pound for pound, the first like 4 seasons of Better Call Saul are better than the first 4 seasons of Breaking Bad. But I just adore Breaking Bad season 5 so much that I think it just puts it above Better Call Saul for me. But Better Call Saul is a perfect show for me. Those are my 2 favorite shows of all time. Breaking Bad immediately right below, followed by Better Call Saul. I think they're both amazing pieces of
worthy choices for sure. I like Better Call Saul more. Mostly because upon rewatching Breaking Bad, the slow parts were too slow for me. I've gone on and on before getting all upset about the cinematography in Breaking Bad. Just like watching bullshit through a tailpipe or
you're watching
the reflection of a car handle.
You're watching a whole scene through like part of the reflection of a doorknob, and you're like, oh my god, like this is a little grueling. Can you please just bring the characters into frame?
The twins murder this guy in the desert, and you only see it through the reflection of like a broken mirror.
it's too much.
There was a little bit of that artsy fartsy self-indulgent stuff, but yeah, Breaking Bad rocks. Better Call Saul, I don't think was as good as Breaking Bad, but that could also just be like nostalgia.
I'm not exaggerating when I say Andor is almost as good as those shows. Like it's Rotten Tomatoes. Wow. I think it's Rotten Tomatoes is 96% or something.
Will the Kyle 10 years from now affirm this, or is this maybe its own little bit of hype?
I really do think so. And also it's expensive. And it I think they spent $300 million a season or something like that on Andor. It's beautiful. The special effects are great. Like the costumes are amazing.
I didn't like Andor season 1, which is what I saw. Yeah. And it's almost like it's 2 different seasons, like before and after they go in the factory of making widgets. Like
there's only 1 episode. With the prison episode?
Well, it couldn't have been 1 episode.
2 episodes like tops.
4. Really?
I think it's 2 episodes in the prison with Andy Serkis is there at the prison. He kills it. Andy Serkis is like the head prisoner. He's the one telling you how things are here in this awful Star Wars prison. I like all of it. Like there's never a time when they cut to a group of characters because there's maybe 6 different like character groups, spread around that sort of intersect and weave amongst one another. But I'm never like, oh, it's this guy again. I like them all. I'm so into it. As soon as I'm done here, I'm like, I'm gonna sit down with dinner and watch more of season 2. Yeah,
it's been 3 years, but do they leave? Is there a lot of show that happens after they get out of the prison?
So after the prison, Cassian has to make his way back home for his mother's funeral, and there's a huge like shootout / like uprising that happens at his hometown there on Ferris, where like the people rise up at his mother's funeral and all the characters have shown up. They've all like come full circle and they're here at this funeral parade, and Cassian's sneaking around and the Empire's trying to catch him, and that wormy Cyril guy who's like super into that incredibly severe blonde lady with the mole on her face. Mm-hmm. They're both there, but they don't know that each other is there. And it gets like crazy when everything explodes and everybody starts killing each other. That was a really good episode. I think that's the season finale, the 12th episode. And then when season 2 begins, it's like 1 year later. So you skip forward and Cassian's like a full blown like super spy now. And he's like the part I'm at right now, they're in space France. It's just space France. They're wearing berets. They have French / German accents, and Cassian is there as like a slightly flamboyant like fabric salesman or a designer, like a clothes designer. And to watch him flip it back and forth, he'll be like, "Oh, how wonderful it is to be here! I've dreamt of coming to Gortash my entire life." The people that are following me aren't very good at their jobs. They're just drawing attention. You didn't even ID me. You don't even know who I am. I could be working for the Empire. You gotta get yourself killed.
I could be French.
Sure. Well, anyway, it's been wonderful being here. La 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 la. And it's like he's flipping it back and forth as he needs to if there's people around and stuff. I thought that was a good piece of acting. And again, like the budget is clear. Like you see so much, everything is slick. The special effects don't like draw attention to themselves. All of the little monkey men and like polar bear girls and shit. You're like, oh my God, that looks like a real polar bear man there. All right, they did a good job here. Forrest Whitaker's there.
Prequel to the Star Wars universe.
So it's 2 seasons, self-contained, and it is the prequel to the movie Rogue One. The movie Rogue One is the prequel to Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, which is the one made in the 70s with Luke Scott. Yes. Yeah. So this all leads right into that with the you're watching Cassian Andor become a super spy and get plugged into the spy network that's being funded by political activists and senators, and it all culminates with them acquiring and passing on the building plans for the first Death Star. And Rogue One furthers that. It's more of that. And then, of course, in Episode 4, the plans for the Death Star are given to Obi-Wan, who's there with Luke, and they begin their journey to then go and destroy the Death Star.
I'm never going to watch any of those Star Wars movies or shows because it feels like the people I see reviewing it or talking about it, like the hardcore Star Wars fans, are always so anti. They're like, this is gay. It doesn't match up with like the lore of XYZ. And I'm not familiar enough to even pretend in the Star Wars world.
It's become super woke and weird in a lot of ways. I saw that
the black lesbian thing. I literally thought you were joking with me when you brought that up to me the first time. And you're like, no, here's a scene of a bunch of black lesbians being like, yeah, we control the Force. I was like, okay, well, this is kind of weird.
So it's one of those things where like you gotta, because of Disney Plus, it's become very bastardized. That business model is weird and wonky, and they greenlit like so many shows. There's 3 seasons of The Mandalorian and like maybe 2 seasons of Ahsoka. There's something called there's Bad Batch, which is like the spinoff of the Clone Wars. That's just the Bad Batch of clones. Each of them's like there's a giant clone and like a sneaky clone. Like, instead of being normal, they're the Bad Batch. They're like the mismatched ones.
Sense.
Yeah. That's all animated. And then there's Acolyte. That's the one with the black witches, I think. And then there's another one called like Spare Bones or Bare Bones or something with Jude Law. I didn't watch that. Then there's an Obi-Wan show that's at least 1 season, maybe 2. That's just so Obi-Wan Kenobi's life.
Isn't it bizarre how like culture kind of stopped? I'm serious. Like as far as like pop culture, like it stopped. It was Marvel movies for 25 years, Star Wars reimagined. They bring back Lord of the Rings and totally bastardize it.
It didn't stop though.
Avatar, which wasn't even a good movie when I saw that in theaters in high school. It was like, this is fine, I guess. But even at the time, I was like, this guy with the scarred face is correct. Fight for humans. We are human. Whatever is good for humans is good. Because
you know what
I'm not a fucking blue fairy tree person. Yeah. I don't give a fuck about what's good for them. And then that one pussy switches sides. Fuck him. He should be strung from the highest rafters as a traitor. An absolute ghoul.
I'm not joking.
I'm not either.
This is a lot like what I was talking about earlier with like, if you really stand back and take a look at it, this Lex Luthor situation, he's not exactly the villain. He's just looking out for humanity. Yeah. The same thing is here. Earth is fucked. The human empire, whatever it is fucked. This new planet is our chance for survival as a species. Turns out there's a bunch of primitive blue motherfuckers trying to live in harmony with their Gaia stand-in Mother Nature. Well, guess what? We don't have enough fuel to go to a third planet. This is it. We're here. And we didn't bring any peacekeepers. We brought fucking mechs and starships and machine guns. And that pussy goes native over some blue pussy. It's not even pussy.
They have sex with their hair.
It's a cloaca or no.
There's pretty good.
There's a cloaca down there or something.
I don't know what's going on there, but I didn't like that one bit. Like watching that in 2009 or whatever it was.
Have you seen the sequel? We've talked about the sequel. It's the one.
I've only seen the first one.
Very quickly.
The whales.
In the sequel, the first one was on land. The second one is in the ocean. I think the third one is going to be in the air or something. They're going to be flying around in like dragonfly hover ships up in the clouds, and then they'll go full Avatar and they'll have a fire episode where they go underground. I bet because they've planned like 6 of these fucking movies, and because they keep making $1 billion to $2 billion each, and James Cameron's fielding this thing, they're gonna get made. This is what he's doing in perpetuity. For every year, every 3 years, you get another Avatar. There's another one on the way now. But in the second one, they're in the ocean. Dude, there are sentient whales. Their blood is the key to immortality, Taylor. It de-ages you and makes you like 25-year-old prime, no dent in your ass Taylor again. Like
sick.
Yes.
Squatted my way out of the dent in the ass, but anyway, continue.
I know that every time. I just like to just let the ladies out there know it's dent in there, just so you know. But no, there are these, and we're supposed to feel sorry for the whales. We're supposed to identify with the whales and be like, oh, don't harpoon those whales. They're sentient. They have families. And the whole time I'm thinking, like, you're telling me their blood makes us live forever? Like forever, ever? Like 800 years and shit?
Oh, they're
like,
sentient? Dude, that
give me the harpoon,
I could be looking into its eye and it could be like, Taylor, please, no. And
right in the eye! Right in the eyeball!
Because I'd be like, I'm doing this for humans. We're giving this to humans now. And I'm team human. Because if you're not on your own fucking species team, you're an enemy.
Yes, genocide is only bad against other humans. It's not bad as a concept.
Yes.
Some things need to go. Some things need to go. Wasps. I declared genocide on all the wasps since
I
when
declared
was 13.
genocide on BB-8 just to fuck with Kyle.
I didn't
Right,
like BB. He's the soccer ball one that rolls around in the sand. It
Well,
wouldn't
whatever
physically rotate.
android
How's he
you
getting a
like
grip in that
from
sand, Woody?
Andor.
How's he getting a grip in that sand?
Fuck that android.
Bullshit.
What I never understood about Avatar, and maybe it's my circles. I think of other movies that made as much money as Avatar, and I can picture in like college rooms people with posters. I can visibly see the cultural impact of those movies that made as much money or about as much money as Avatar. I've never seen an ounce of cultural influence from Avatar.
There's none.
I've
been beating that same drum for a decade. Yeah.
Guess how much Avatar 2 made in the box office?
I'll guess 1.6 billion.
1.6?
I'll go 2.3 billion.
Well, you just nailed it. He nailed it. It's 2.3 billion. Yeah.
I was going to say like 900 million. I thought it would be less popular because nobody has no cultural presence.
I don't think Superman cracked a $500 million. If it did, maybe worldwide, maybe it like slowly crept there. This thing made almost 5 times what Superman made with its like incredible push.
I bet Cameron's got some of those Epstein videos. Maybe this is laundering. People are pretending to watch.
He makes amazing movies, Taylor. He made Terminator 2.
Yeah. Who is that one guy, the director who's known for lens flare? Like what if he had some of the Epstein videos and you couldn't tell because he added lens flare to it?
It's
Snyder.
It's not Michael Bay.
It's
not Snyder either.
Michael Bay is the Transformers guy. That's all I know him from.
You're talking about Woody, are you talking about the Inception guy?
Who is the
name? J.J. Abrams.
J.J. Abrams.
Oh, J.J.
Abrams
Abrams
is the lens flare guy.
Yes.
Who did Inception?
Christopher Nolan.
Actually,
Christopher
do you
Nolan,
remember
thank you.
that Inception came out the same summer as Shutter Island, and everyone was like fanatical over Inception? And I went with my buddies in college and saw both, and I feel like I was the only person then and now who's like, Shutter Island is 10 times the better movie than Inception.
And Blood Diamond
Way
was like
better.
the year before. DiCaprio was knocking out of the park. Nobody ever talks about Blood Diamond. It's
Great movie.
Great.
Yeah.
I've heard
It's
it, but I haven't
really
seen
good.
that one.
Very
Shutter
good.
Island,
Very good.
I think you can watch Shutter Island twice. The first time you don't know what's happening until the end. The second time you watch it with the idea of what's actually happening, and you see all the little, you're like, oh.
That's fair, but they did
I
a
noticed
good
that they're always lighting his cigarettes. What's going on there?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
kidding. I swear to God, Inception had a bigger cultural impact than Avatar. Just
It did.
people going, "Wow!" The meme of like making the sound of Inception.
That thing spinning around the top.
Anything was like, oh my God, it's computerception. There's a computer in a computer. That was like a joke people made for 10 years.
Yeah,
It used to
they
be
did that
the
trope.
Matrix. There's a glitch in the Matrix. That was the meme, but then it turned into Inception.
It's
of like,
wild how Avatar had no cultural footprint, but everybody saw it.
None
It's
at
still
all.
going.
Taylor.
It's
still going.
crazy how little cultural impact it has had. None. There are no Avatar memes. There are no image macros of scenes from Avatar put forth as like funny, reaction.
Yeah, you're right.
There's nothing whatsoever. It's a ghost culturally, and it's making 2.3 billion dollars. That's insane. Dude, like Chinese people just love it. Like that has to be the explanation, right?
Do
Who's
they
watching?
pay for movies?
I thought that was my understanding, is like that's what drives a lot of movies up now, is that they're like hits
Not as
in
big
China.
anymore.
And then is that not a thing anymore?
Well, you see them kowtow to China every chance they get. There's always a fucking random Chinese woman who just shows up in like the Meg movies. It's like, oh, how are we gonna deal with this shark? Better find a Chinese lady. It's like, what? Get it here now.
You have to eat it.
Maybe you heard about this. There was a movie that came out recently. It's animated, and I think it's the highest grossing movie ever made. It's Chinese. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
Is it the K-pop movie that's come out? This animated K-pop movie? I think it is. K-pop.
Let's
Is
see.
K-pop Demon
big
Hunters?
in China?
I think it's K-pop Demon Hunters. I haven't seen it, but I've been seeing it everywhere.
Interesting. Of
It's
shows
not-
that were
It made like
culturally
$20 million its first three. Oh, it's a Netflix. So that's a Netflix movie that's also in theaters. It made like $20 million.
So this Newt Zoo thing has earned over $2 billion, and it's a 2025 movie.
What?
What's it called?
That's a ton.
I'm gonna give you a copy paste because this is a
Thanks.
hard word.
Do it in Asian voice.
Asian voice.
I think it's meant to be one word, but this is how it's written.
Not money
Oh,
song?
Dallas sound knees out.
Knees out.
Knees out. Okay. Anyway, I think it came out like a month ago and it's already done 2 billion. I'm
2
not
billion yen?
sure about this. No, dollars.
Dara.
Yes.
Oh, Dadaru?
Dara.
Yeah, that. It looks like Niza was a 2019
Holy.
film, and so this
No,
is
yeah, it's the sequel. The sequel, I'm seeing it here at $2.1 billion. That's crazy. US dollars. Just to clarify.
directed by esteemed director Yu Yang, which is like me writing a Chinese guy's name, like Yu Yang.
Yeah. Apparently, American audiences hate it. Like it leans on it leans on some fairy tales and shit that we don't have any background with.
Okay.
And I
There's
guess
your
it
answer.
hits like trope after trope. And what I read was that the Chinese sense of humor really loves hearing like the same joke again and again, whereas Americans are like this rehashed hack
Rule of three.
bullshit.
We need
type
novelty.
So here's a theory. Since it's made all of its money domestically, could the Chinese be cooking the books?
It's a solid theory.
Would they bother?
Yes.
For something
Got to
like
topple
this?
Cameron. Got to topple the American icon Cameron.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I remember hearing about
Maybe.
Xi being so upset about Kung Fu Panda and all the money it made
I have heard
because
that.
because it's like their two most culturally significant stereotypes: Kung Fu and pandas. Like that's their shit. And the Americans made a movie called Kung Fu Panda, and it's a multi-billion-dollar franchise.
The
Yeah, I think you're cooking the books, man.
this looks awful.
You know, like if it made $1 billion, you might be like, oh wow, weird sense of humor over there, huh? But $2 billion.
Yeah, they don't have honest accounting like American Hollywood does.
Yeah, but they go the other way. They inflate their costs to deflate profits, so they don't have to pay percentages and
You're
stuff.
only half right. They shift shit around. Is what they do.
Do you guys think that GTA 6 will break the entertainment record like GTA 5 did?
Dude,
100%.
I'm interested in that. Jackie and I are watching Grand Theft Auto YouTube videos at this point, and I'm like, should I pick that game up? I think I might pick it up prior to 6 dropping, just as a way to like.
GTA
Which one?
5.
GTA 5?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
never really.
dude.
I played GTA 5 for like 15 minutes. I obeyed every traffic law and made a Mail Monday video. It was kind of funny. That's the end. That's all I've done.
It's a good game. It's a good game, and you can literally at this point play it on like a smart refrigerator if you really wanted to.
Yeah, you just play as Trevor, the crazy meth head who lives in a trailer park. Best character by far in that. Yeah,
was in Better Call
GTA 5
Saul.
is great.
Don't
We'll
they have
see if
role play
GTA 6 is
servers?
good.
I think they have role play servers.
They do.
Where you
Yeah,
have
that's
like
super
you have like
popular.
cops and robbers essentially, like people playing the roles. And I've seen people like pull each other over and they stop to get their ticket and stuff.
There's a ton of money
gay.
in those servers. I'm curious, Woody, as a Woodycraft guy, when you got into like the servers of Minecraft, had you been around for the height of GTA role play servers, would you have dipped your toes in there?
Probably, yeah. I could see doing that instead. I used to think about Gary's Mod sometimes too, as a place, or Rust as a place that had potential for making money.
I remember
Rust-
my buddy played Gary's Mod, and I would go over to his house, and we were like in middle school, and he'd be like, "Check out what I can do in Gary's Mod." This is the only exposure I have to that game. He'd be like, "I can walk up to this wall, and I can hit paint, and look, there's a picture of a pussy on it now." So he was just going around like painting pussies, and I was like, "All right, well, like, is there
Rust would be
is
fun.
there a score or maybe like a way you win?" No.
I don't know how Rust differentiates itself as better. And I drew a lot of attention from bad people, you know, DDoSers, hackers, cyber criminals, etc. So like it was just so much harder for me than it would be for an unnamed Rust server owner.
The other one that people make games for is Roblox. Did you guys see that they are banning pedophile hunters on Roblox? People that are trying to find and out pedophiles on Roblox are being banned instead of the actual pedophiles.
Wait, they're banning the hunters instead of
the vigilantes. They're banning the pedophile vigilante hunters.
That doesn't help the only representation in my mind of Roblox, which is that it's like a joke that this is a place where like kids play games and pedophiles target them. That's all I know about Roblox. What is it? Is it like Minecraft? But
I think it's kind of like a Gary's mod, where there's a ton of games that people and developers can make off of the assets that are already there.
Okay. Oh, so it is kind of a Gary's mod.
I would say so. That's the closest thing that I would compare it to. Gary's mod maybe meets Minecraft, but it's like almost entirely all children. I've never touched Roblox in my life, so kind of crazy that they're gunning after the people gunning after pedophiles. That's
weird. That seems like a bad business move.
Rust
you probably
would be fun.
Get rid of the.
It's weird on the surface. I sometimes wonder if there's more to it than we've said. Like maybe these pedophile hunters are causing more problems than they're solving.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen, like I remember like Drama Alert calling out some old RuneScape guy as this pedophile who was just the most nice RuneScape player of all time, who's just like 70. Who's not to clarify, not a pedophile, who just wanted to play RuneScape, was getting called out for being a pedophile when he never was.
Yeah,
you got to avoid shit like that. But who knows? I don't know the percent win rate of random online pedophile hunters. Like, are they hitting it 90%? And then 10% of the time they're like, this guy's a pedophile. And he's like, I'm just trying to enjoy my twilight years.
The IRL streamer pedophile hunters, that's something to watch.
Alex
I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of that. I like
boy.
seeing people get slammed with pumpkins at Walmart. I got to admit, I like that. The problem is occasionally.
Wait, did that guy end up being a pedophile, or was that one of the mistakes where some random dude who wasn't a pedo got his head crunched by a pumpkin?
Dude, I don't know. All I know is they knocked him the fuck out with a pumpkin. That was pretty sick. Never seen that done before. And as someone who's lobbed a pumpkin or two, I was impressed by his trajectory. He took that dude right the fuck out. I think the guy was there to meet a kid. They always catch him at like Walmart, like trying to meet a kid or something. And it's like so hard to get out of Walmart while you're being called a pedophile and slapped in the face.
Yeah, it's hard to get out of any establishment if that's happening to you.
Yeah. Have you seen the one where they alley-oop punch the pedophile? One guy.
How does that happen?
So it's like a pretty small guy. He looks like a 5'2" Latino guy. They grab him like toddler style. They throw him up in the air, and there's a guy waiting for him, like punch style, and punches him out of the air.
Okay, based. You know, we can enjoy that.
I saw the really effeminate, maybe Asian guy who they caught one time, and he wrecked his like goofy Yaris in the fucking parking lot trying to escape, and then he had to like flee the vehicle. Like he was screaming, it's not me, and they're terrifying. And it must be, I can't imagine what it's like to get caught doing something so fucking repugnant
in your Yaris.
I like those videos though. It's people who deserve an ass whooping getting an ass whooping. It's hard not to like. Another show on Netflix. They did like a 6-episode thing about the Cowboys, the Dallas Cowboys, and Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson, and like it was really good. I'm in the 6th episode now. It's like the downfall episode.
Does Deion Sanders play a big role?
He's in there quite a bit. He's interviewed a good bit, and there was a season or two. There's a season where he was playing for the Niners, and he ended the Cowboys season, and Jerry Jones was like, I got to get me a Deion Sanders. And then like steals him from the Niners, pays him whatever he wants, and then they go on and win the Super Bowl. But Emmitt Smith was talking about, he's like, I left the club one night. I wasn't drunk, but I'd had some drinks. Look in the mirror, there was the cops. I was like, oh, God. Oh, no. Cop passed me. Gave me an escort home. I said, what the fuck? We got it made now. Cool. It was really good because Jerry Jones gets this huge like amount of hate, I think, for ruining the franchise. Yeah. But as I'm watching it, he won like he didn't win. He was talking about, he was like, my mouth is good at buying money. and I had borrowed up $50 million worth of debt drilling oil. And I tell you what, I hit this one oil, and he's talking about when he finally hit the oil and how the oil well was. He said first it started a hollering, and then it started a yelling, and then it started screaming, blowing that black gold everywhere. And that one well made me $100 million. And I said, I'm gonna buy the Cowboys. And it was like this guy was $50 million in debt, hit it with this one oil well, and turned that one oil well into owning the Dallas Cowboys, which must be worth like, I don't know, 6-9.
I think it's the most valuable professional sports team.
I was gonna say
in North
that.
America.
I don't know
it's
what would be
crazy.
worth more. The Boston Celtics are probably worth a lot, but not as much.
Well, they were shitty.
Yeah.
Like what they would like. The NFL
Well,
had
no
an agreement.
non-NFL team is even fucking close to NFL value. They're
I think
their
you got to look at
ratings
like
are
European
crazy
soccer
compared to
teams
the
like
other
Real
sports.
Madrid
yeah.
and Barcelona.
Zach
and shit
says
like
the
that.
Yankees. That'd
He
be
wrote-
worth a lot.
Well,
Well, see, it doesn't apply to that because Jerry Jones is shitty. So the way most of the sports teams do it, as you know, is the Dallas Cowboys equated for like 80% of all merchandising sales, but they still only got 1/32 of the money. So they were like, "Fuck that, we're doing a deal with Nike." The NFL was like, "No, we have an NFL-wide deal with Reebok." I'm like, "Fuck you, we've got a deal with Nike and Pepsi." And they're like, "No, we've got a deal with Coca-Cola." Fuck you. And they sued him, and he won. And he won in every way imaginable. He's like, not only could he keep his sponsorships, he could get more. And so the Dallas Cowboys just signed their own brands for the Cowboys themselves, and left the rest of the NFL in the cold. He was amazing at what he was doing. His daughter was like, I put a Nike swoosh everywhere you could imagine. And I called Daddy and said, Daddy, the stadium has been swooshed. And you look, and it's like every step as you go up the stands, another Nike swoosh. Like every drink cart, soundboard, TV screen, just Nike everywhere. Yeah,
so
it's a good
Zach has
talk.
the Yankees at second and the Warriors at third. The list I found had the Warriors at second and the Yankees in fourth.
Are you on the Wikipedia one, Woody? That's what I'm
Yeah,
on.
the Forbes one.
Yeah. Or this must be newer. Or I'm sorry, the list that Zach is showing must be a bit older because it also says like Dallas Cowboys 10.1 billion on the list we're looking at. And it says 9 billion here. So maybe it's
great.
Probably, yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't know basketball would have a team that high up.
As I'm processing it, right? The Cowboys play 17 games a year, right? They miss the playoffs all the time. 17 games can only earn so much compared to 82.
It's
The
shocking how
merchandise, I think,
much
is big,
this
too.
list is NFL heavy. Like in my head, I thought a lot of it would be soccer.
Me too.
So did I.
Yeah, Real Madrid on the Forbes list is 12th. I can't count down, but it's
Yeah, and then
higher
there's
there.
like La Liga,
Manchester
Premier
United.
League, La Liga. Yeah, there's in the top 20. There's only 3 soccer teams.
I do think the highest paid athlete is a soccer player. I think Ronaldo right now is clearing. I think his deal was $700 million over 2 years for the Saudi league.
I wouldn't doubt that. Baseball players always earn more than I expect them to.
Mhm.
Yeah, but they're usually over like we've signed Shohei Ohtani for $1 billion over 33 years. Like their contract lengths are really, really long. I
got
just
the
told
list
you
here.
Ronaldo got that in 2 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
Steph Curry's number 2 on this list.
For pay?
Tyson Fury is 3rd. Dak Prescott, Messi in 5th. LeBron at 6th.
What year is this though?
It's the Forbes list from 2025, I believe.
Because like athlete salary varies so
it's
wildly year to
2025
year.
Forbes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would guess like a LeBron James. Would,
Steph
or,
Curry's making
actually,
156 salary this year. 156 mil.
No, there's
Not
no
for
way he makes
endorsement.
156.
Oh, not salary. It's total.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that's another thing. Like, are they
It's paid.
adding in all the sponsor deals?
It has
and
to be. The
everything
max
like that?
contract
Yeah.
in basketball is about 50 million. So if he's
Mhm.
tripling that, it must sources
Yeah,
outside.
it's got to be a
It's
lot.
cool.
Time
going through
MVP
those
signed the
lists.
NBA's first $200 million contract in 2017. He became the first player with 2 such deals when he inked a 4-year, $215 million extension in 21. He $50 million salary plus. It was the first player to earn 50 plus.
Who is this? Steph Curry?
Curry, yeah, 51.9 a year.
So early in his career, he was underpaid. He was an elite player, but I think he had an ankle injury, and they didn't pay him as much as you would for someone that good because they were uncertain about his future.
Mm-hmm.
And that contract kind of hurt his feelings a little bit. It was the best he could manage, and he went and got a shoe deal with
Under Armour.
Under Armour, that's it. I had N1 in my head and I knew it was wrong. But he got this Under Armour shoe deal that was kind of better than everyone else's shoe deal because he was a little competitive and about he didn't just sign with Nike like so many people do or Adidas. And the shoe deal turned out to be a whopper and he did really well.
Yeah, he was like the first major signee for Under Armour, and then Under Armour just went all in on Steph Curry, and then he just made bank. It is fun going through those lists and like going by year, because then you can see like, this is the year that Mayweather decided to fight. Oh, this is another year that he decided to fight. Because he'll fight once and he'll be at the top of the list.
With boxing, I never know what's true. Like UFC fighters are always underpaid, right? And then you hear them afterwards. They're like, actually, Lorenzo called me up, gave me $2 million, said, thanks, bro. You know, then once I fought as a former champ, wasn't making champ money, but they were like, you know what? I think you should. They wrote me checks on the down low.
Yeah. Cormier, he was on an 80,000 deal, 80,000 to show, 80 more to win. And they gave him $1 million after the fight. And then the next fight, he had a new he was the champ and he was defending, and his contract was 300. And that plus his pay-per-view points, he was like 700,000 or 800,000 he had made, and they were like, we'd like to get you to $1 million. I feel like you should be earning $1 million a fight. And they like gave him the difference, whatever it took to get him to $1 million for the fight. I think Cormier is a special example, though. He's definitely the golden boy. I heard Shannon Sharp float the idea of when Dana White retires, maybe DC doing that job, but that's not in the. Dana White is clearly grooming Lorenzo, I think, for that job.
Okay. I used to think Chael Sonnen was the right level of scumbag for that job, scumbag and promoter. Like he'd be good at that.
He'd be dirty.
And now I feel like he's maybe overdoing it on the scumbag.
He'd fill his own pockets. He'd be taking fucking bribes to put people in. Like, oh, would you like to fight Ronaldo or whoever? You know, how about you give me 20% of what you make? 20% is something you weren't going to make at all unless I make it happen, right? Like he seems. That's
how Trump would run the UFC.
Oh yeah. Corrupt as fuck. I saw someone found that I was making fun of Trump's golden gaudy decorations 2 or 3 weeks ago. Okay. I was like, those are matching sets like you would get at IKEA. Someone on Reddit was like, they found the IKEA like catalog numbers. They're like, not only
it wasn't IKEA, no way, right?
It was. They were like, not only is this thing cost $40, it's gray. It's been spray painted gold and hung on the wall of the White House. I'm not kidding. They took a $40 like wall decoration thing. It looks like a candle holder, but it's not. Like,
there is a middle ground because I saw a similar picture that showed the Trump, Oval Office, and then I saw one with Obama, and the Obama one was like a bland, looked like a catalog, like a just boring, not exquisite, not.
I don't think he was able to get too flamboyant. They were giving him a hard time over the suit.
Then we get Trump, who goes too far in the other direction. He's too garish. He's like a Saudi prince level of gold everywhere, from what I can tell.
It's not even real gold.
There's a nice middle ground there where we don't want to have boring ass nonsense like Obama had in his Oval Office, but we also don't need Saudi chic aesthetics the way Trump is done. I don't know what his looks like. There should be some gold in there. We are America. Like,
I think it's flexing when you don't need to. I think it's like a Kanye
flex. We're the strongest people on earth. We can flex however much we want.
Trillionaires don't wear their gold on the outside, Taylor. Trillionaires don't wear their gold on the outside.
That's what I'm saying. There should be just a little bit of gold to make it seem official and nice, but not the absurd tacky gauche amount that Trump is putting in.
Put a moon rock in my office.
Can you pull this
Let's
up?
Flex that. Let's flex something that no one can get, no matter how much money they've got. Here's a rock
my link
back from the moon.
And start from the bottom. That's the most current ones.
Rough carpet. That's tough. That's bad. It is. That's horrible carpet.
It's dated. All right, so this is Biden's. Can you magnify it a little? And I like it. It looks like an American Oval Office, the right level of taste. And if you go, let's scroll up a little bit.
It's a little plain.
Trump's.
Oh, this actually.
I feel like it looks better here than it does in my memory. No, this is first term.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to the next one. This is Obama's that Taylor didn't like. It's a little plain. I get it, but it's not without class like it is right now. This is W's. I like this one.
No,
I definitely like his curtains more than Obama's. I think the red curtains are a bad decision. I think those gold curtains look good.
I like carpet.
I like the carpet. I like the couches. I think it works.
They should have better couches too. Those are trash couches.
Ooh, who is this?
Clayton.
Oh, that's horrible. No. Look at those couches. That's rough.
The stains.
If the couches were white, I'd like it more.
Yeah.
The couches ruin it for me. I don't hate the carpet for the Oval Office. You know, it's obviously theme carpet, but you know,
sure,
it's the couches. Next,
it's hard to tell. Go to the
HW.
Oh my God, fuck him. That's awful.
It was 89 or something.
Who cares? That's terrible, Kyle. Don't defend this.
I don't know. Maybe Robin Egg Blue was in.
I mean, I like the idea of Donald Trump stealing other teams' sports trophies like he did with Chelsea that won the soccer World Cup, and just decorating the room with the Stanley Cup with the Larry O'Brien trophy. That's
the funniest thing he's done in recent memory. Like the idea that he would speak to the nation and then in the background there might just be the Stanley Cup is very funny.
Dude, if
he would put his name on it.
He would have his name etched in as I don't think you were part of the 1971.
Why is this silver? Is this a second place trophy? Are they pretty gold?
Oh, this is
Nixon.
Nixon's was definitely better than H.W. Bush. Yeah. But I still, I wouldn't pick this. I don't think
I still like W the most, but I don't hate this. It's a little bold, but
Jimmy Carter just had peanut hulls all over the floor like a Texas Roadhouse.
Lyndon B. Johnson.
This is the worst one yet by far.
It looked worse in the real picture than it does in this.
Terrible.
Yeah, I hate these animations anyway.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I think we're right about time to wrap it up. Santi, where can everyone find your wonderful wrestling content?
Just Google SantiZap and pick whatever social media platform you prefer. I'm on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. I'm on Facebook. Apparently, I have a huge Nigerian following there. Don't know how, but just pick whatever platform works for you.
That cuckoo.
We love this man.
Check him out. Check out the sponsors. Links in the description. PKA 767.